Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this morning's executive. We have a very full agenda today, so we will try and move through it, giving time to each of the items, but as swiftly as possible. I would make a request that when people are asking questions, if they can be fairly concise, not speeches, but directly to the question, in order to be able to assist in moving through today's agenda. Firstly, do we have any apologies?
No, Convener, there are no apologies.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any declarations of, oh sorry, Councillor Hannah. Oh sorry, do we have any declarations of interest?
I don't have a declaration of interest, but I do want to make a transparency statement in relation to items 14 and 15. I have had, these are two community asset transfers that are in my ward, and I have had a lot of engagement with the groups going forward and have given information and support to them in various ways, but it's just a transparency statement.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Hannah.
John.
Councillor Deacon.
I would like to raise transparency on item 13, Bonnybridge Railway Station, motion by Bailey and Buchanan. Being one of the founding members, former chair and former spokesperson of Real Estate Bonnybridge Railway Station, I've got an invested interest in this. However, I have spoken to Mr. Moody, and at this stage there is no conflict of interest, but we will monitor that for future cases. Okay,
thank you, Councillor Deacon. Councillor Spears.
Just to declare the same, I've spoke with most groups regarding asset transfer, and I believe Grangemouth Community Council is having a public meeting on the 20th of February, where we've all been invited to speak on various matters, which you'll probably get declarations of interest. As local members, we've really got to go and represent the opinions of the council. Thank you.
That wasn't really in relation to any particular item, Councillor Spears, as it should be for declarations. Okay, we will move on to, thank you. Move on to the minutes. We have the minute of the special meeting of the executive held on the 28th of November, pages 4 to 10 in the agenda. Are we happy to agree?
Agreed.
And the minute of the meeting of the executive held on the 5th of December, pages 11 to 15. Are we happy to agree? Sorry, Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Convener. I have a question on that minute. It's on pages 13 to 15. It's the item EX87. The agreed motion point 4 instructs the Chief Executive to write to the First Minister, etc. It was regarding £145 million being withheld at that time. And obviously you can see the text that's there. It also goes on to ask in that letter in terms of releasing the money without appropriate restrictions. I just want to ask whether a letter was sent and whether we've had a reply, and then I might follow up depending on what the reply is from the Chief Executive. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, I'll go to Mr. Lawrie.
Yes, thank you, Convener. So a letter was sent the day after the Executive. We received a response in early January. The response referred to the budget announcement and expressed the hope that that provided some reassurance on the matter.
I thank the Chief Executive for the answer. I suppose in terms of the matters that were raised in the letter, however, about our request that there be no appropriate restrictions on teacher numbers and it be allowed to be, decided based on local need. And I note the follow-up that did happen in the December meeting that we had of full council. However, was there anything in the letter, have we had any update in relation to that particular question? Because in terms of what was the restrictions on the following amount that's going to come in the budget that you've just referred to in next year's budget, then we don't have any clarity on that issue, which was asked to be raised about in terms of whether we'll need to go back to the 2023 teacher numbers. Can you give any update on that?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lawrie.
Yes, thank you, Convener. So we are still seeking clarity on the matter of the 2023 figure and whether the exceptions that we've cited are going to be allowed by government. That's a discussion that's still to be finalised, and clearly it's one we're very keen to have a clear answer on, because it feeds directly into our budget considerations in March. But the letter did not touch on that. It was a pretty brief letter. It simply referred to the budget announcement, and hoping that that provided some reassurance and clarity in the matter, whereas of course there is still some further clarity to be sought.
Thanks, and Convener, just rather than go on, would it be appropriate if we could just have a copy of that letter circulated to all members, just on from the point of following up on that? Would be helpful. Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Clark.
Yeah, happy to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We move on to item 4, the rolling action log, and I'll go to Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Convener. The rolling action log is here for information and noting, but it's also available for members to ask questions in relation to any of the items noted in the rolling action log, which appears to me to be up to date. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. Are there any questions in relation to the rolling action log? No. Okay, thank you. Moving into our substantive items, and the first item is the allocations policy review, and I will open it up for questions to officers at this stage. Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, Laura. Respondents were not aware of the broader challenges relating to housing supply and demand in the social housing sector and the impact on allocations. Can you expand on this a little, please?
Sorry.
Yes, sure. I think we're still in a position where our constituents and customers are still struggling with the concept of housing need, and there is at times still the aspiration of I've done my time in a council flat, I wish now a back and front door. We also have the various issues that have occurred since the last policy that possibly the wider customers are not aware of. Well, they will be aware of, but they might not be aware of the impact on actually social housing. So we have the COVID experience, we have the cost of living, and the housing emergency that was declared last year, which have all put exceptional pressure onto social housing. And supply is just not meeting up with demand.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bowes. Any further questions for officers on the allocations policy? Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Convener. Laura, I'm just wondering, how is this review going to impact on the 10,000 people who are on our waiting list?
It's going to ensure that we are meeting not necessarily everybody in the waiting list, but those in the most housing need. And it goes back to my previous statement about housing aspiration and housing need. We are now in a position where we can only address our customers who are in the most housing need, and we believe that this allocation policy and the proposed changes will do that, in particular by addressing the homelessness issue that we have in the council through automated bids.
Okay, thanks, Laura. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. Councillor Spears.
Just a question regarding homeless. I believe people can be homeless for a year. Do you expect that to be longer?
At the moment, we are seeing a year to 18 months. It can depend on a whole range of circumstances, particularly if people have larger families. But we do believe by doing the automated bids, particularly those that are maybe needing 1 and 2 bedroom properties, should be able to have their housing needs met in a much earlier period.
Okay, thank you for that. I see no further questions. Just to make members aware that sorry, Councillor Murtagh.
It's maybe perhaps, Convener, I'm sure you're about to kind of go on to reveal the amendments, potentially motions. I kind of have questions for officers more on what potential motions, or, you know, the detail of them. And I suppose we kind of try to ask all the questions first. And I wonder, I don't know if there's going to be amendments to those motions or they're going to be amalgamated. How does that work in our process?
I'm just about to provide that further detail, Councillor Nutter.
Apologies, Convener, I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, there was a motion, there was an amendment circulated in relation to the allocations policy. I understand that there's been some slight amendments to that, and I will ask officers now to maybe circulate that to all members, and I don't know whether it's worth verbally advising members, whether Mr Councillor Bundy may wish to do that, as it's his amendment.
I mean, I just wanted to double check. It's just I don't want to lose the opportunity to ask questions. So can we? I just wanted to clarify. We can ask questions of officers depending on what the detail of motions comes forward. Is what I'm kind of asking. If that's all right.
Yes, as long as the questioning is very clear.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that.
Mm-hmm. Does everybody now have a copy of the changes or the updated amendment? Okay, while people are having an opportunity to have consideration of that, I will go to Councillor Bowes to speak to the paper.
Thank you, Convener. The allocation review as part of the housing needs system comes around every 5 years and is based on a principle of efficiency, responsiveness and to enhance fairness to our tenants. Laura has explained the background and situation that brought about the proposed changes, and now we will touch on them lightly. Following a 10-week consultation period on the changes proposed by officers, both online and with young people and Champions Board, and significantly people with lived experience of domestic abuse, the following amendments are proposed in this report. Automatic bidding for homeless applicants, which again Laura touched on. Homelessness presentations in our community have been relatively steady. Rehousing time of people has increased. Use of temporary unsuitable accommodation such as bed and breakfast is now being used, which is not a situation we want to be in for a number of reasons. Therefore, to aid people to get a permanent roof over their head, it is proposed to implement automatic bidding after a 30-day period for homeless applications who have not been allocated a home. Ability to opt out. Adding to the automatic bidding, we are all aware that there are various people with vulnerabilities who have difficulties in placing bids via the housing online system. Therefore, applicants who are movers or starters status, including adapted, can opt in to have automatic bids placed for them after a 30-day period. But I repeat, it's only if they opt into this service. Direct matching for complex health needs. There has been an increase in applications and family members with life-limiting conditions. Providing an accelerated direct match of suitable accommodation that meets the needs as soon as possible would make a significant difference, particularly to people in the end of life. Restricting allocations for domestic perpetrators. Sadly, we continue to experience higher than average levels of domestic abuse and gender-based violence. This proposal aligns with the additional ongoing work around domestic abuse, including development of a housing policy for domestic abuse and gender-based violence, which has been developed in partnership with other agencies, and most importantly, with those with lived experience. It is right that we provide support and protection to the survivors of domestic abuse and enhance safety measures for these victims. Restricting the areas that those convicted of domestic abuse offences can reside in, depending on where the person the domestic abuse was perpetrated against resides, this proposal can further help protect the victims. New build properties for movers. This is a move back to a previous system and will free up existing stockhouses for all bands, but will not apply to adapted new homes. Pre-termination conditions for tenancy officers. This brings us into line with normal practice when a tenant leaves a rented property and will allow us to turn around the vacated property faster to reduce the time that a property is void and therefore reduce or any housing time. Can I ask whoever's phone is to put on silent, please? Tenants incentive scheme enhancements. This has been a policy for some time, but this will ensure that we are making people more aware of the scheme, thus freeing up valuable resources in larger properties which are in short supply. The main carer. Currently we prioritise the main carer of children to establish the number of bedrooms required for the household. This is usually established by the address that the child is registered at for a GP, school, etc., and who receives child benefit. The current policy that the main carer should be prioritised, given their responsibility for care and upbringing of the children, and in accordance with established size criteria, will continue. Veterans. The current approach, which prioritises veterans by awarding the highest priority band 1 when leaving the armed forces and a cessation of entitlement when it has been issued, will continue to be our policy, ensuring support and advice and assistance is provided. These amendments will look to improve the experience of our tenants in obtaining a permanent safe home, and I am therefore content to propose the measures laid out in the report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bowes. Councillor Sinclair?
Yeah, happy to formally second.
Okay, thank you. We do now have an amendment. I'll go to Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Convener. Our amendment is not to stop the progression of this report, which we agree with. It is just to seek further information regarding certain situations which could result in other residents having concerns regarding the allocation of housing. Those are violent crime, sexual offenders, and drug dealers. Our amendment asks for councillors, elected members, to have briefings to understand the council's policy regarding these situations, to go into more detail about what the current policy is and the legal framework that the council operates in. That's just so that we all have a better understanding when concerns are raised by other constituents. I'm happy to put forward this amendment.
Okay, thank you. And a seconder for that?
Happy to second the same.
Okay, thank you, Bailey Kerr. I will now open up for any other member who wishes to speak. Councillor Hannah?
Thank you, Convener. Just to say, as every officer will already know, I always like an extra briefing. So I enjoyed the briefing that we had on the allocation policy review, and thank officers for the useful information that they gave us, and that's why I don't really have any questions. But as some of the officers know, I've already asked for more briefings as well.
Councillor Murtagh?
Yeah, I mean, I had some questions about the original amendment that the Conservatives have put forward, but I think with them asking for a briefing on it, I don't see that the harm of that, and I think clarity would be helpful, and hopefully it's such a briefing. I think, as has been raised in the excellent briefing we did have by others as well, that it's one of the issues which we know is very pertinent, is that many instances of domestic abuse, in fact the majority I think of instances of domestic abuse, don't result in formal reporting and convictions, and therefore many of those difficulties are very hard to cope with. And I know officers do their best, and I've said they do their best informally within the powers that we have to try to assist residents, and we're all very grateful for that. But it would certainly be helpful, I think, to have briefings which could outline that a bit more fully, and for the public to understand that those are issues which we do understand and take seriously, but that our powers are limited in terms of what we can do. So I don't know whether the administration were planning on adopting and saying that they don't have an issue with the amendment or not, but I certainly don't have a problem with adding that into. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Merton. Perhaps Councillor Bowes could maybe address that in his summing up. If any other member, not, in which case I'll go to Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Convener. I'll keep my summing up relatively short. I thank Councillor Bundy for bringing his amendment forward. Totally agree that we should we should do briefing sessions. There is some of us who have been here a long time, there's some who's been a short time, but I think it's a briefing session for all members that it's good to be reminded and get the information on it. It's obviously very sensitive information, and I look forward to the briefings.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Bowes, you're happy to accept the amendment. I'll just go to your seconder, Councillor Sinclair, to confirm.
Content to accept.
Okay, thank you. In which case, are we happy to agree?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Moving on to item 6, which is non-domestic rates, empty property relief. I have a couple of questions for Mr Ferguson. So welcome, Paul, to this morning. I just wanted to get a wee bit of clarification about who we've consulted with and how that has been accepted as part of this process.
Obviously, consulting internally with our colleagues in police services and obviously with the wider professional body across Scotland. We have looked at all policies of every local authority that's been adopted in the last 2 years and considered those. We chose not to consult with those affected because they have a vested interest, but that's consistent with those other local authorities. So the consultation is largely internal or professional with no consultation directly with those affected.
You mentioned that we've taken the same approach as other local authorities. Other local authorities have already implemented this, is my understanding from the report. How successful has that been?
Yes, so I think if I can give some slight history here, so that this was devolved to all councils back in April 2023, and everyone required a policy. We made a commitment at that time to review this after 2 years. Some did so after 1 year. So what we've seen is that a lot of councils applied these changes from April 2024. There has been indications of success. I think Aberdeen City Council is referenced as a possible example where this has been, along with other issues, a driver in terms of economic regeneration within a town centre. So I think that there's been no bad news coming out of other local authorities, but there are, obviously, we're only 1 year in, so it's not necessarily definitive, but indications are that it's been successfully integrated with other economic development activities in those areas. And
in the event of the ratepayers not being able to afford to pay, which I think could be a bit of a live issue, what do we do in that circumstance, and how do we help and support that?
As always, we would support all our ratepayers to deal with those issues. Where there are companies, so it's slightly different from individuals, but the principle we apply is that we would look to defer payment, make other arrangements. But if that wasn't successful, we could look at deferring payment until the property was sold in the most extreme scenarios. If ultimately the money is irrecoverable, those cases will be reported back to Council in the normal manner in March each year. I would also say that Scottish Government in their annual returns, they request us to actually capture the amount that's written off from properties that were previously entitled to empty relief. So this is something that's in the public domain already. So we will keep an eye on that, and obviously that any change in that regard. But fundamentally, we work with them individually. We'll defer where appropriate. If it's unsuccessful, we'll report it. But it will have no negative financial impact on Falkirk Council.
Okay, thank you for that. I will now open it up for any other questions. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. When a property is empty, does it have to be empty? Because some of the properties still have a great deal of storage held within them. Do we also do checks with the business registrar, Oscar, if they're a charity, to find out if these businesses are either defunct or moved on? But if they're still using the place for storage, is that still not due for rates?
Yes, so you're quite correct that where property is used legitimate for storage and that storage is material to the scale of the property, then it is still treated as occupied. So that doesn't fall within this policy. Where storage is maybe more modest and maybe trying to be engineered to treat it as occupied, then in those cases we have rules that allow us to actually treat it as unoccupied and apply this, because some small properties under £12,000 rate of value are exempt if occupied under the small business bonus scheme. So we have this perverse situation where people are almost trying to engineer that sometimes. So if it's generally used for storage and that's a legitimate use given the scale of that property, that will be occupied and won't fall under this. We do use Oscar and the Companies House routinely to identify how active companies and charities are, and that's part of our day-to-day administration of rates in its widest sense.
Can I further ask then, do we actually check these properties, especially shops and town centres and things like that?
We do. We don't do universally, but we do that because under the rates avoidance schemes, that's part of our duties to actually protect the public purse. So we have that duty to ensure that any relief we award is entirely legitimate. We can't test them all. We test where there's a risk. It's a risk-based assessment. If we have reason to doubt it or local intelligence, we will test it further.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for officers? Councillor Redmond.
It was just sort of on more listed buildings. Obviously, with them being listed, I think they used to get sort of indefinite 100% relief, but going forward, that'll end after 6 months. Do you think this could put any dangers on any of our listed buildings that, you know, they might become uneconomical? Potentially, they might, I don't know what could happen, but if it's uneconomical to own it, it might be difficult to sell it. I don't know if you want to expand on that, how other local authorities, it's maybe affected their listed buildings, but it sounds like a bit of a worry from my point of view, that it might be, you know, they're maybe hard to renovate, they're maybe hard to sell, they're not as quick to repurpose as what some might be. So how do you imagine this playing out for protecting our listed buildings?
It's hard for me to imagine it fully. I mean, what I can do is some comfort. I think that what we're seeing is listed buildings just now, any regeneration of that is disincentivised by this relief. So there's a risk that people don't do anything because they don't have to do anything. So that's a prompt. What I can say is I think the Edinburgh City Council accounts for more than half the listed buildings in Scotland, I think, and they applied this policy from last year and have had no negative outcomes. So I suppose, and I can't guarantee anything at all, but what I can do is I'm comfortable this is the right thing to do, and if it proves to be incorrect for Falkirk Council, we can come back to the Council or Executive and ask for a change to this policy, but I am confident this is the right thing to do just now.
Okay, thank you for that. If there's no further questions, I'll go and speak to the report. As has been previously highlighted, the Executive agreed the policy in 2023, which has been reviewed during 24-25, and that's what's before us today. Outlines how the landscape has evolved nationally, with most local authorities having introduced similar changes to those that have been proposed from April 24. It outlines that Falkirk, we have been relatively fortunate in that the funding that was provided was in excess of the demand, but that should not prevent us from looking at opportunities to reduce costs and incentivise growth, which is very much needed within the area. There are, however, two key changes. No property will receive indefinite 100% relief, and that the minimum level is reduced from 10% to 5%. The intent of the change proposed is to avoid any disincentives to occupation or use of the premise, which was a wee bit what Councillor Spears referred to there. There has, however, been some additional mitigation for those taking on a long-term empty property and bringing them back into use. A 6-month 50% discount. Once occupied, these properties will then normally be eligible for a Fresh Start relief, which would provide a further 12 months 100% relief. I therefore move the recommendations as in section 2 of the report and ask members to approve the changes from the 1st of April, and that without the agreement that the rates team will immediately write to all ratepayers who are currently receiving 100% relief to advise them of the change ahead of any billing in March. Councillor Gallagher.
Sorry, apologies for that. Happy to second, but I'm right back in the ball.
Thank you. And I know it's maybe not the most intriguing of items, but it is quite important. Can we agree the report?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you, colleagues. I will just pause ever so slightly to allow officers to leave, because I'm aware it picks up. Yeah. While we're doing that, what we'll do is we'll circulate the amendments or motions related to the new town hall update. As the papers are being circulated, just note that the proposed amendment by Bailey Kerr has been slightly changed, just so that I draw people's attention to the fact that it has been a change. Okay, colleagues, while you're giving consideration to the papers that have been circulated, we'll move on to item 7, which is a new town hall update, and we'll move into questions. I've got a couple of questions which I'll start with, and then I'll open it up for others. It was a wee bit about the consultation process. And I just wondered if officers could maybe give a wee bit further information on the proposals to engage with key stakeholders, the arts community, but also maybe say a wee bit about whether this is part of the statutory process or to whether our intention may be slightly different to go beyond that.
Thank you, Convener. The proposed consultation, as we've outlined in the report, is fairly extensive. It goes far beyond the normal pre-application consultation that we would do as part of the statutory planning process. And the intention of that is to ensure that what we are building and what we are proposing is the right mix of uses. There is a good input from as many stakeholders as possible into the elements that will go within the building, how it will look, how it will be managed and operated. Therefore, we feel it's appropriate with such a significant investment, such a large development in the heart of our largest town, that we undertake that extensive consultation to help advise us on those details of the development. It also means that we can de-risk a lot of objections that could potentially come as part of that statutory process by dealing with them early on and listening to people's views and then incorporating them into our proposals.
Okay, thank you for that. There has been much interest on the conceptual design, and we've seen that very much on the social media. And I just wondered if you could maybe say a wee bit more about the conceptual designs, how that design process will go through, and if there's any particular challenges in relation to that design process.
Thank you, Convener. The conceptual designs.
Could I ask others to put their mic off? I've got a note of Councillor Hannah and Councillor Spears, just so that Mr. Kettrick can speak.
Thank you, Convener. The conceptual designs, as in any large multifaceted project such as this, are developed to inform particularly consultations such as we're proposing. The images that we have chosen are fairly striking. They do not represent how the building will finally look, but are there to stimulate that discussion. There's certainly much to identify the levels on the site. You know, it's got different topography and changes in levels as it goes on. It does provide the space massing of the different uses that are in it and things like that. But these are conceptual designs that will have to be refined going forward, and they are there to stimulate that consultation and discussion process. In these projects, you always start off with outline design. You go through what are known as the REBA stages, all the way through until you get to the finalised design. And then even indeed at that point, you have building control elements that may change some minor parts of it. And you also have contractor design elements that are on stage at site as things get built. In terms of to kind of just summarise the process we will go through, we'll have the conceptual designs. They will be refined following the consultation. They will be then engaged with planning and the wider community again as part of the pre-consultation process. That refines them again. You then go into the planning process, and there may be changes that are reflected in that process. You then have the building control element, which may then make slight different changes to some of the more technical aspects, and particularly around about certain materials that may be used and things like that. And then you have very much your finalised design at that stage. But even then, there is still small elements that may be changed, particularly around things like internal finishes, furniture and stuff like that. So it is very much an iterative process that we go through, ultimately ending in something that we hope takes account of all the views and the respective requirements that we need.
Okay, thank you. I've got two further questions, and I'll keep them as short as I can. Obviously, getting to and from the town hall is a big issue. As part of the process, what arrangements will be for travel and parking?
Convener, so as part of the application process for our planning, and indeed we'll be touching on it through the consultation, there will be a traffic impact assessment undertaken. That also forms part of the business case that will come back to elected members for approval. And with any building of this nature, we will be looking at a green travel strategy also, and how we link in with the wider town centre public transport infrastructure, and so we'd be picking up that as access and egress to the building, both in terms of travel to the site, to the venue, and in terms of access for the building. It will be a fully accessible building. That's a requirement for all our buildings, and it will include things like a changing places toilet and accommodation such as that.
And my final question is, recognising the report indicates that the building, that there's surplus space, and that the building will not take up the full site. I was just wondering what we might then do to offset that, and that there's also talk of commercial activity within the building, and that would maybe help offset the revenue costs which have been indicated in the report.
So looking at the site, in terms of our accommodation demands and the footprint of the building, there is an area which we've described as the surplus site. That could be used for uses associated with the building, but at this stage we don't envisage anything of that kind. So we will be looking to explore the market to identify complementary uses that could sit alongside us, and the capital receipt from that will obviously help support part of the capital funding of the project. In terms of the revenue consequences, colleagues will be as we've highlighted in the report, progressing with the business case development, and we'll be looking at all the different aspects, whether it's increasing income generation, reducing operational costs, and trying to get as much movement on those as possible to reduce that projected revenue. That will be looking at things like the catering provision, the cafe, as well as things like running costs and energy efficiency, where we can perhaps spend some money through capital to actually reduce the ongoing revenue costs. And again, that will all form part of that business case proposal that will come forward next year.
Would that also include approaching partners who may wish to share space within the building?
Convener, yeah, we've mentioned that in the report. We'll be reaching out to partners. There is a change in position across many partners with the advent of flexible working and things like that, but we still see there is opportunities for co-location opportunities, particularly with services that are aligned to some of our information advocacy and support provision, and we'll be looking for partners to come in, and that's just not public sector partners. We could be looking for community partners as well as commercial partners to be involved.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you for your indulgence in those questions. And I open it up. I'll go to Councillor Hannah first and then Councillor Spears.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you for the answer to the question in terms of transport, because the public transport access is going to be really, really important. But I would wonder if you could say a little more about the level of disabled parking that there will be, and whether that is going to be adequate, and how that's going to be covered in the consultation.
Councillor Spears, could you put your light off just now to allow Mr Keswick to answer?
Convener, it's highlighted the transport strategy and the accessibility to the building will be important. Disabled parking will form part of that consultation and design process. We are required by statute to provide sufficient and adequate disabled parking. We will not be simply looking at the minimum, because we always tend to find that there is, particularly with arts venues and public buildings, the demand can be higher just purely by the nature of your customer, particularly on the information advocacy and support elements. So we will be looking to work with colleagues both in building control, planning, and indeed as part of the consultation process to identify what we see as the appropriate level of disabled parking. But certainly be assured we won't be looking to only simply go with the minimum.
Thank you. And just one other question. Like many other people in the Falkirk Council area, I have fond memories of seeing my little daughter perform on the stage of the town hall. In terms of the consultation, are we going to be particularly targeting through schools for pupils and teachers and parents who have used in the past have used the old town hall fairly heavily?
Convener, the short answer is yes. These are our future customers, and we want to engage with them as much as possible. And you know, there is this long tradition in Falkirk of youth theatre and a very vibrant local arts community. Our proposal will be is that we go out and engage with as many stakeholders as possible. And as we've outlined in the report, we'll be certainly making sure that everybody's aware of the consultation, and that will involve public events and actually specific workshops, and that will involve the schools and the young people as well as other interested parties and stakeholders.
Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Can you really update us on questions that were asked at the briefing session, especially regarding parking for the new civic centre? Maybe expand for us on figures. We say it will be a 600-person theatre. How many staff, how many library usage people will there be? This is really leading up to we should use the spare space as a town centre, town hall parking area, because if we want this to be used, and the figure's been quoted 300,000, surely we must provide somewhere for the people to park. I'll ask a second question on traffic assessments after this.
Convener, the location of the site obviously is next to the multi-storey car park, and there is a number of car parks located around Falkirk. Again, as part of that transport assessment, we would be identifying what the parking needs are for both the theatre users, the information advocacy support, library users and others who may come into the building. In terms of usage figures, they will dictate that level of parking that we required, as well as influence the green travel strategy that we'll be looking to put in place. And that will be part of the business case that will come forward. Our current view is that we think there is adequate parking, but we're happily will be considering that as part of the consultation process.
Okay, thank you. I think that will create a great deal of debate locally, but of course that's what you want with a consultation. The multi-storey car park that's there at present, I believe, has been sold. Traffic assessments, historically we've seen them, especially with Forth Valley Royal Infirmary, where people are encouraged to take public transport, and then we've taken a lot of the public transport off. So the assessments are only good for when the assessment's made. And surely we want to generate a great deal of interest in this building. So we need to give them somewhere to park so that they can use the building.
Convener, we all recognise the importance of accessing a building of this nature and making sure that we maximise the opportunity for everybody to attend the events, the library, or indeed our information advocacy and support services. Public transport will be an important component of that. We'll be working with colleagues in the transport planning unit to ensure that we maximise the benefits of both public transport and the use of private transport. There is the multi-storey car park. There is engagement with the owners there who are seeking to invest in that facility, and that will provide a huge benefit to the facility. However, we will be keeping that under review as the project progresses, because clearly we want to ensure that people can visit this building. We don't want to build something that people can't access. But there is a balance between building large car parks, and there's a cost associated with that, including non-domestic rates that needs to be paid. So there is a balance to be struck between the level of parking and the accessibility to the building.
As they say, build it and they will come, but they need to be able to park to use the building. I will quote yourself here when you said inclusive and accessible.
Councillor Spears,
and I hope that's the way we go
please,
forward.
not
Thank
statements,
you.
Questions. Thank you. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Convener. A couple of questions, Paul. Just again in relation to the parking, now I understand that there's going to be roughly about 120 members of staff based in this new facility. Where do you expect them to park, and why should they have to pay for parking?
As part of the business case, we'll be outlining what our parking strategy is, together with the transport strategy. As members will be aware from the briefings, it is certainly a hot topic, and we'll be picking that up as part of the consultation, both with staff, stakeholder groups and indeed trade union representatives.
Thanks for the answer there, Paul. My next point, just in relation to the total cost of the project. The project cost is sitting just under £70 million at the moment. That's nearly double what we thought it was going to be to start with, or what we'd allocated to start with. Do you still see this as value for money for the public?
I think, as we've highlighted in the report, there is substantial economic benefits that will derive from this project, and it's certainly going to be a building that's going to be there for future generations to benefit from. In terms of demonstrating the value for money, that is part of the business case requirements under the Treasury Green Book. You do have to actually undertake a whole life cost and a whole life benefits analysis, and that will come through at the next stage. And clearly the consultation will also help guide as to what the general public's view is on the proposals and how they represent value for money.
Now, just in relation to the transport strategy that you mentioned, is Falkirk Council going to have funds available to put into the transport system? Because the public transport system at the moment is very poor, especially in a lot of the outlying areas. What makes you think that the public transport is going to be upgraded?
It wouldn't be for me to comment at this stage on the wider public transport network. However, I would draw members' attention to the fact that we are going to be investing through the growth deal significant sums in the Falkirk Central Sustainable Transport Hub, which is centred on Graham Station. And this project will be next to the multi-storey car park. It's next to a bus route. There is also the green travel strategy. So I think we will be covering access, parking and transport fairly extensively in the consultation, and that will guide obviously and prioritise what future investment needs are in terms of the local transport infrastructure.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. I see no further question. Councillor Murtagh.
Sorry, Convener. I do have a few questions on this report. The briefing was very helpful, and I think hopefully some of those issues will come in consultation. But on the, I suppose on the from a financial perspective, and I know that there's the capital reports later in the agenda as well, but it's mentioned about, you know, effectively pre-allocating or agreeing in principle the use of service concessions to fund the gap that we have, you know, in that capital increase. And obviously that's going to be fully debated inside the budget, but in terms of the risk of that, you know, in terms of there being no service concessions available, can we comment on what we do feel the risk of that would be if elected members make other decisions, and what the alternative options would be for that if we couldn't use service concessions to fund that gap? My first question.
Convener, ultimately we have developed proposals which we feel encompass all the uses that were identified in the outline business case. We've identified what the current funding arrangements are and what that deficit is. If that deficit wasn't funded through service contingencies or other mechanisms, then clearly there would have to be a rethink as to the scope and extent of the project, because it simply wouldn't be viable for us to fund that. So that would be something that would need to be considered by elected members as part of the future budget strategy.
I mean, it's from an outline point of view, it's helpful. I don't know whether Amanda has any other comment. I know that, like I say, there's the updates in the later report, but one of the things that it highlights is that ongoing concern about the impact of, you know, the economic situation of inflation, interest rates, etc., on the affordability of capital programmes, and we have a very specific time frame within this report for the delivery of the town hall. So I think it's important that that's reflected perhaps a little bit more within the risk, and perhaps, you know,
Councillor Murtagh, can we have the question, please?
Well,
we're getting into the realms of a statement.
Okay, well, my question is, and it's not really been answered in that sense, is what are the risks of, if, so I've asked them, I could ask Amanda, what are the risks in terms of elected members not following the financial strategy which was agreed as happened last year?
Thank you. I think that's adequate for Amanda to answer.
Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. I think the statement we put, paragraph 10.4 in the financial implications, really outlines the position from my perspective, that we are talking about that decision to allocate service concessions in principle, but recognising that until the budget setting meeting in February, March 2026, we cannot take a final decision on that. Now, in the discussions that we've had with Mr Kettrick, Mr Benny, that fits with the timeframes in terms of letting contracts and things like that. We wouldn't be looking to do that until after that budget setting meeting. So I suppose what we're saying is that unless we get to that budget setting meeting in a position where we're not having to rely on service concessions to balance our revenue budget, we would not be able to approve that use of service concessions for this purpose. So, or finalise, I suppose, the use of service concessions for that purpose. So I hope we don't get there. I think, you know, we've made the points regularly with members, and I think members are all sort of aware and understanding what we're saying, that if we use service concessions for revenue budget purposes, it won't be available for investment. And really the sort of final test of that will be in February, March 26, when we set that budget, whether we've managed to deal with our structural deficit and meet our revenue pressures in a recurring way, sustainable way, without using service concessions.
Okay. I suppose what I'm kind of looking for is about a bit more in terms of what the actual risks in the financial climate are, in terms of, you know, we're 6 weeks out from a budget or so. The likelihoods, I know it's an elected member's gift to make questions, but in your view, given the financial uncertainties, does this limit the recommendation we've been asked to agree? Does it kind of it says it's in principle, but what kind of bearing does that put on the flexibility of elected members to make decisions when we come to budget time, I suppose, is what I'm asking too.
Thank you. I don't think it does limit members, because at this stage all we're asking for is for members to note these various in principle allocations, but the only sort of decision members are being asked to make today is in respect of the public consultation. So agreeing the recommendations today, I don't think impacts on what comes forward to the revenue budget next month.
Right. In section 5.24 in the report, it mentions the progressing of visitors levy. And I just wondered, obviously these proposals to come forward at a later date, but I can ask officers how far down the line these proposals are and when they're intended to be put to elected members.
Thank you, convener. The intention is to bring the visitor levy proposal report to the executive next month. Okay, that's helpful. And with that, when would that be implemented? Like, when would that be implemented? Would be in terms of being a budget proposal for the future year, or is it as a principle for further development? It's tricky because I don't really want to preempt elected members seeing a report that's not been shared with them yet. What I would say is that other authorities that have examined the visitor levy have typically needed to engage in a lengthy consultation with a range of stakeholders to then inform a future decision by council. Okay. I have two more questions. One was about the information on the growth deal, and I wonder whether officers can maybe elaborate. The briefings were helpful for us, but this amount of the dependent that we've said as part of our deal that we'll spend £45 million to commit to with the town centre regeneration, and there'll be that release of, I think it's the £6 million from the Scottish Government and UK Government combined. What can you give a bit more detail about that sort of agreement and the kind of consequences of us not doing that, and how that money is released, just so there's transparency on that for others? Through you, convener. So clearly, if the council chooses not to progress the town hall project, then we wouldn't get the £6 million that is part of the growth deal for the town hall project. But obviously also the council has made its contribution of £45 million to the wider growth deal. And I think there would be an expectation from the Scottish and UK governments that the council would need to make some sort of similar sized investment to retain the kind of coherency of the growth deal. But clearly that would be something for a much further discussion with both parties. And at the moment, we're obviously putting forward a proposal to progress as planned as part of the growth deal. So, going beyond that, we move into sort of hypothetical situations, but the growth deal is cemented on the fact that Falkirk Council is making a contribution to the growth deal.
Okay, thank you. Just want that to be out openly. Final question is about the risk, and it's about the local arts displacement that's mentioned in the report, and it identifies the risk of local arts acts that are kind of currently elsewhere in the district in our local centres, and them not returning. But what I wanted to ask about is the kind of the risks that have been assessed in terms of if those more local, smaller acts that are currently in, our local centres like the Dobby Hall, like Bowness, like Grangemouth, return to the town hall, whether there's been an assessment of the viability of those local centres and the impact it's going to have on them, because those are also Falkirk Council assets in many regards, and it's a concern for the
I think we've
community.
got the gist of the question, Councillor Murtagh. I'll turn to officers now to respond.
Convener, as we've highlighted in the report, part of that consultation process will help us understand better that risk. Excuse me, and that will help us undertake steps to mitigate such consequences. However, we're all encouraged by the success of the three town halls, Dobby Hall, Bowness and Grangemouth, and absorbing a lot of the activity that went on in the former town hall. So we'd still be keen to help support the activities across all our town halls and all our venues. But there is a risk there, but we'll understand it better as part of the consultation process and also as we progress through the business case development.
Thanks, Convener. I don't intend to make a statement on these issues, but part of asking the question is to identify that perhaps sometimes there are gaps in the reports in terms of the risk, and that in highlighting and asking a question on that, it's an ability to say, perhaps we could to ask the question that perhaps those kind of things could be updated.
And certainly that was the purpose of a lot of the briefing, Councillor Murtagh. And I appreciate that people want to ask questions in public, but I think there has to be a reasonableness view taken about the number and the length of questions. And that's what I'm trying to do this morning in order to be able to move the business on. But we'll now, as there's no other indications for questions, I'll move on to actually moving the report.
Convener, is it okay if I praise Grangemouth Town Hall, who has stepped up?
Councillor Spears, that's not part of the report. I'm sorry, this is about the new Town Hall in Falkirk. There'll be plenty of opportunities for that at other times. Okay, a significant amount of work has been undertaken over the past year to acquire the site clear, and now we're ready to progress with the consultation on the design and key uses of the venue. This work has a key milestone in progressing the Town Hall regeneration master plan, and today represents that another milestone as we agree to the next stage in the process, which includes public consultation, which will help to inform the developing design process and in turn the functions and operation of the building. The project does, however, come with its challenges, including finance in a very pressured environment. However, it should be acknowledged that the Council's financial commitment for this project is fundamentally linked to the Government's funding of our growth deal. Recognising that the funding originally allocated for the project of £45 million, this now requires to be uprated to align with today's costs, taking into account construction inflation. As the project as it develops will require to have a robust financial oversight during both the detailed business case and the project delivery. Assurance has been given that whilst the project costs have risen, the overall proposal now includes the wider streetscape improvements and is based on the emerging design and site characteristics, so that these are pretty robust now. There is a need, however, when considering the funding, the availability to use service concessions, and this will be considered in the future part of the business case which we presented. We need to at this stage make an in-principle commitment to those, and that will be taken to the budget setting meeting in March. The revenue consequences for the new venue have been estimated, and the activities ongoing to reduce and mitigate the costs involved by looking at the opportunities to increase the revenue generation, thereby reducing the potential gap that has created. As there are risks of not taking this project forward, and these are well documented within the bullet points at 10.9. Many of which align with the anticipated outcomes in creating an economically vibrant town centre that will meet the needs of the local people and attract visitors alike. Important investment in retaining jobs while creating new businesses and employment opportunities, improving the prosperity of our town centres. It's important that local people have the ability to identify and feel part of what a replacement town hall symbolises, a place that they feel they can belong and have ownership of. It will need to be multifunctional and flexible to meet the civic needs of the council, the services it will provide, and importantly, the performing arts and whatever other functions our communities determine they need in such a building. That's why the next phase will be critical in finalising the business case of what the building will accommodate to meet the aspirations in delivering the quality cultural and performing acts. To date, the project has been billed as both the Arts Centre and the new or replacement town hall. There are a mix of perceptions for both, but what's clear is there needs to be a building that needs to have an identity and one that our citizens can identify with and share. The consultation process will support that, but wanting to consolidate that further, I would wish to add informally as part of the recommendation 6 that the consultation process should also include a community discussion on the naming of a new hall, taking into account the town's history and heritage. And following that, a selection of suggestions for names be brought forward to the executive for approval, which you could then take into a public vote. It's widely recognised that the new town hall venue is an ambitious and transformative project which can focus on the town centre and support its regeneration and rejuvenation. It's expected to leverage private investment in other projects which will mark the rebirth of the town centre and stimulate economic growth that extends across the district. I would therefore move the recommendations as in section 2 of the report with the addendum as detailed, and I'm aware of Councillor Bailey Kerr's suggestion of being quite clear about what we now call the building as a working title, and have no objections to that. I therefore move the report formally. Councillor Garner.
Happy to second and the adjusted motion.
Thank you. I'll now open it up. Councillor Spears.
I think this is an excellent idea that they consult on the name of the new town hall. I know I will certainly push for the Sir John de Graham Town Hall and Municipal Chambers.
Okay, and Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. I think this is a significant investment of public money. And I know that there are some people out there who may think that it is not an appropriate investment of large sums of money. I happen to disagree. I think that this gives us an opportunity both to stimulate regeneration of the town centre and to provide an important facility for the citizens of the Falkirk Council area. But I also think it's absolutely vital that there is this wide consultation. I've been really pleased to hear the details of the nature of the consultation. We have to try to bring all our citizens behind this project because A, it's their money, and B, it will be a benefit for them. And I hope we can, through the consultation, ensure that the facility is what the people of Falkirk Council area want, because that is obviously vital, or they're not going to use it. And also, I think the addition of the consultation on the name of the facility actually focuses that in some ways and enables people to begin to engage with it. And as I said earlier on, I think it's vital that we ensure that particularly young people, children, and our, as Mr. Kettrick said, the future users of this facility are very involved in that consultation. So I'm happy to support this report as amended with the additions.
Okay, I will go to Bailey Kerr, so he has the opportunity to speak on his amendment.
Thanks, Convener, and I'm pleased that you've added it to the adjusted motion. While in the report it's highlighted as the new town hall arts centre, when you speak to a lot of people, they think it's an arts gallery. Know that I'm against the arts sector, but what we're trying to engage with is the arts like it was previously in the old town hall, and for many years the groups and companies came to Falkirk Town Hall, and that's what we're trying to achieve. So our amendment was, our amendment was just to say, let's going forward, just keep it new town hall until exactly what you've proposed in your motion, till the process has been finished and we get to an end name for the new building. With regards to whether people think it's worth it or not worth it, this is a lot of money we've put down to invest in Falkirk. Putting the new town hall where it is isn't going to be the silver bullet for the town centre, but certainly it's a start, and hopefully the proposals that come forward in the future by Malcolm, Paul and his team will highlight and bring new businesses and new energy into the fully Falkirk town centre. And hopefully that the people in outlying areas will appreciate that and come and support it. Doesn't matter who you talk to, people say they're not in Falkirk, they're not in Falkirk. But it's no different for any other town centre. Everybody thinks the same about every other town centre. And if we can go a step to encourage people to come to one of our town centres, I think that's only great. With regards to the report, there's 8 recommendations, 7 of them for noting, and we're only asked to agree number 6 to go to public consultation. So thank Paul and his team and Malcolm for the report, and I think it's a win-win situation for us going forward, and hopefully we're all here to see the end product. So thank you very much, Convener.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. As that's been accepted, there's no need to go through the form of seconding, but I'll go to Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Convener. My question, first of all, is to Mr Moody, because I'm a bit confused as to where we are with where in procedure terms. There was a motion moved and it said it was accepted, and then, and my understanding is there is no debate, and therefore we are having a debate. And part of the reason I asked things earlier is that it's really important elected members understand when they'll have the opportunity to come in at an appropriate point, and therefore not take up time in the wrong section and we're just doing our job. So if Mr Moody could outline where we are just now, and then I'll frame whatever comments I've got on that basis.
Yes, thank you, Convener. And the motion was moved by the Convener along with the addendum which had been previously circulated, and during the course of moving the motion indicated that the administration accepted the amendment which had been circulated in the name of Bailey Kerr. So essentially there is no live amendment now before the committee, so we're in a situation of a motion with no amendment, and the Convener had called upon Councillors Spears, Bailey Kerr and Councillor Hannah to speak, and that is consistent with the situation we have where there is no amendment, where group leaders have an opportunity to speak in that situation, and there's also an opportunity for independent members to speak too, and that would include yourself, and I see Bailey Buchanan also is indicating his wish to speak.
Thank you, Mr Moody. It's just that wasn't clear that that's what the stage that we were at was, and whether other members could therefore come in and input. And I think it is maybe important, and maybe we need to revise how we advise what the amendments are, maybe before we get to questioning, or so that we understand those points. I don't have an amendment precisely because I think the decision has been made that we are progressing with the town hall. But I would very much echo the comments that Councillor Hannah made as to the reasons, and the concerns about ensuring that we bring the public on side, and it is their town hall, their arts centre, their venue, and we need to understand what they require out of it when we're doing that detailed design and modelling. But as I mentioned in questioning, I do think it's very important that is a centre for all of the people of Falkirk District, and that the consideration also has to work with how we look at the sort of, if you like to use the language of sport and leisure, the centre and spoke model, and that we are not doing things which are also detrimental, which threaten the livelihood of other centres. So I think it's important as well that we reflect on the situation with the finances, and we do know that there are significant issues, and we'll have to come to answer this situation when we come to budget time. If we make a decision to allocate those service concessions, that has a direct impact on, for example, how much we might put council tax up by. And I think that's why I've asked in my questioning, although I don't have an amendment for it, I think it's important that the public understand that in approving this, we have that in our mind too, because it's inconceivable we're not going to have a large council tax increase, in my opinion. So by approving this direction of travel with this, we need to bear in mind what we're indicating to the public that is considered. So those are my principal reasons for not putting an amendment forward, but I do have concerns that we reflect those things moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bailey Buchanan.
Can you hear me okay, convener?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to be very brief. Members will recall that when this came up initially, that I was totally against this project. I still am. I had serious concerns about increased costings and the lack of the infrastructure. I think that's been brought forward by a number of members because of the factors that the issue about the parking is going to be catastrophic. I'll not put forward the amendment because I know that I'll not get a seconder, but I would just like to state quite clearly, totally against this project, serious issues and serious concerns, and the fact is that we lost an area where the old town hall was, and at the end of the day I think we'll live to regret that. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you for that. As there is no amendment and everyone has had the opportunity to speak, are we happy to agree the amended report?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. We will move into item 8, and I appreciate there probably will be a number of questions in relation to this item. So following this item, we might take a short comfort break, just to let people know that kind of planned that in. But it's Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme and the preliminary decision, and I'm going to open it up for questions. Sorry, I forgot. Beg your pardon. Before we go into questions, Alistair Dawson's going to give a couple of clarifications before we move into questions. Apologies, Alistair.
Thanks, convener. Just two clarifications. Firstly, I'd like to draw members' attention to paragraph 5.10. There was a word, quite a critical word, unfortunately missed out of the paper. So it should read, the volume of objections received is low in comparison to the number of parties notified, and the nature of the maintained objections does not generally suggest that the alignment should be altered significantly. The word not has accidentally been omitted from the paper. So that was the first one. Sorry, is that better? Thank you. The second point is just to notify members that obviously the papers were submitted in draft a few weeks ago before the Christmas recess, and there has been some further correspondence come in. In particular, there's one letter has come in from one of the objectors this week, and that was RSPB, and they have confirmed within that 2 elements of their original objection have now been withdrawn, but the remaining elements of their objection are currently maintained. It doesn't significantly alter the position with the decision to be made today. There's still a valid objection from that group, but just to confirm that the project team has continued to engage as appropriate with all objectors and will continue to do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Alistair. I will now open it up for questions. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. As most people will know, I'm a big supporter of the Grangemouth flood defence scheme. But can I ask Mr. Benny, is there any update on the maintenance of the existing system? And I believe this falls under your remit.
Mr. Benny, I would ask you to be brief because that's not really the subject of this report.
Through you, convener. Yeah, agreed. That's not part of this report. That was part of the flooding report we brought to the last meeting. I'm happy to say the council allocates in the region of about £100,000 a year for flooding maintenance. And the team work on a basis of reviewing all activity and then prioritising that £100,000 as best as possible.
I look forward to our walkabout.
Okay, Councillor Hannah.
Thank you. Thank you, convener. Just a brief question. I just want to say, first of all, I know I'm not supposed to make statements, but thank you to the officers who've done a sterling job in keeping this going in the face of a very, very long period. I think they've done a sterling job. But in terms of the recommendations here, do we have any indication of whether it is likely that ministers will go for a public local inquiry or a local hearing? I mean, from other experience that they may have had, or from any indications they may have had?
Convener, it's obviously difficult to confirm which way the Scottish ministers would determine. And we are aware of some schemes that have gone to a full public local inquiry where there have been significant number of objections. But there have been also some instances when there's been a local hearing. So it's difficult to say, and I wouldn't like to preempt that decision by Scottish ministers.
Would you be able to give us an idea of likely timescales in terms of one or the other?
Certainly. In terms of a hearing, we would like to expect that would be started and hopefully concluded within about 12 months. If it was to go to a public local inquiry, it would obviously take longer, but I would hope that would maybe be 2 to 3 years.
Let's hope for quicker rather than slower.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, convener. Just a quick question. Can the Scottish Government confirm the project, the scheme, without going to a hearing or a public inquiry because of the low number of objections?
Sorry.
Convener, the process dictates that Scottish ministers first the council must advise the Scottish ministers of today's decision, if that is a preliminary decision, and ministers will then determine whether it should be a hearing or a public local inquiry. It's only at the conclusion of those processes, whichever one is determined as being the most appropriate in this case, it's at the conclusion of that the final decision is made. If the ministers determine that a local hearing is held, that final decision comes back to Falkirk Council to make that final decision. But if it goes through a public local inquiry, the final decision then rests with Scottish ministers.
Thank you. I now go to Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, convener, and thanks, Alistair. Obviously, like that, the last item, there's 7 recommendations, only one that we have to agree. Point number 2, does this require extra funding?
Convener, at this point, for this stage of the process, we have the funding in place to go through to the conclusion of the notification process. At that point, we then will begin the next phase of the project, moving into that detailed design, procurement of contractors, and the first phases of works on the ground. So at that point, there will be a decision made from the council in conjunction with Scottish Government of what money will be allocated to deliver which phases of the project in which sequence.
Thank you, Alistair. And probably my last question. Have we any idea how much the full project will cost?
So the project costs are outlined in the paper, and they're reviewed on at least an annual basis. The cost range that's been provided to deliver the entire project at this point in time is in the region of 450 to 672 million. That would be delivered in multiple phases. It wouldn't, the scale of the project and the geographic spread of those works, it wouldn't all be delivered by one contractor in one project. It would be split up into a number of smaller projects.
Thank you very much, Alistair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Convener. 7.22 of the report highlights that there is a risk that the Scottish Government may not fund fund all of the 80% of the 80-20 formula, because of the projected cost. If it were 670 million, for example, the Scottish Government would be paying over £500 million. So in that regard, I was wondering if there has been any contact with the UK Government to see if there is a way for direct UK Government funding to support this scheme, particularly regarding the UK Government's investment at the Freeport in Grangemouth.
Convener, I'll come in on this one. There has been engagement with the UK Government, as we have on all things Grangemouth, and the flood protection scheme is no different to that. But what we're proposing and what we're setting out in the report isn't of that scale. We're setting out a phased approach, but we will be happy to have any dialogue with both governments as we progress. But the responsibility does sit with the Scottish Government and Falkirk Council on this project. And UK Government have said that, but they're happy to have discussions with us, particularly around wider Grangemouth issues.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, and some of my questions have already been answered, but around the sort of task force that's met a number of times and it's been detailed in the report. I just wondered in terms of who's on that task force and the scope, because obviously now we're being presented with options to agree and that to go to government to look at. I'm not saying there's a conflict of interest there, but how does that task force model coincide with the sort of statutory obligations of what the government have to consider with whatever decision we make today?
Convener, the task force is an advisory group made up of officers, including myself, Mr Benny, Mr Dawson, supported by other colleagues from Falkirk Council, together with senior civil servants associated with flood. And our approach is that we've set out the recommendations for how we can best take forward the project on a phased basis, on a low or no regrets basis, to break it up into elements and to progress on that basis. I certainly wouldn't see there being any conflict of interest for the people in that group. Everybody has the same objectives, and that's to mitigate the flood risk at Grangemouth.
Sorry, Camilla, I think maybe I was a bit unclear. I mean, from a government perspective, who from a Scottish Government perspective is on that task force and discussing that? I know obviously we know the questions asked about the funding model, which are very pertinent, but and how that's being progressed, like the overall scheme, because we're now obviously being asked to report this up to government, and I just wondered what the membership is of the government element of the task force, if you see what I mean.
I think, as I mentioned earlier, it is senior civil servants that are in that. It's not a political forum. It's very much an advisory body, the task force, to look through the technical aspects of the scheme and how best we can look at delivering that on a phased basis. It is senior officers from their flooding divisions.
Right, but they're effectively advising us and we're advising them, and that's a kind of joint, how do we achieve this scheme? As it were, that's how it's feeding. Is it just that their excuse me, their information and their input is feeding into what we do, or is it a kind of more mutual, we're feeding in to then go back up the chain and inform government what it is that we're doing in a separate way from the statutory process? Just trying to work out what the task force does effectively.
Through you, convener. So the task force has basically looked at the entirety of the project and then broken it up into a pipeline of activity. And then we have identified a number of projects that you could potentially do in an early phase of that project. And then we're having discussions with Scottish Government colleagues on how we would progress those through some sort of funding discussion. But it isn't to do with the sort of machinations of the report in front of you. It's much more about identifying a list of priority projects that we would take forward and then seeing which of those align with both the council's funding and what funding may or may not be available from the Scottish Government. But the Scottish Government clearly only work typically on a kind of 12-month kind of horizon in terms of funding. So we need to conclude the statutory process, which is what Alistair's looking for permission to do today. And then those timescales will align with both the Scottish Government's funding horizon and also our own, because we need to progress with our activity to do with the TIF to make sure that we have the funds available to support our share of whatever scheme emerges. So I think the task force is not to do with the statutory process that's in front of you today. It's much more about the practical, pragmatic way that we're going to chunk this very significant project up.
Okay. Just a last question about the process, and it was helpful and clear to understand that effectively the Scottish Government, we either have to have a local inquiry or a public-led inquiry. The unresolved objections, and you mentioned one from the RSPB there, but in terms of whether it's a local inquiry or a public inquiry, if those objections were to have suggestions to be resolved, and I know that we've kind of in this report said, well, we think we've done everything that we can at this stage, but if the next stage were to identify actions and that had significant change to the scheme, would we have to basically come back to this stage now? Would we have to effectively go back out to public consultation and come back to recommendation? And that would affect obviously the delivery of potential, when it can be delivered, etc., for phases.
Yes, through you, convener. There is a possibility of having to do some re-notification of the project. That obviously depends on the nature of that objection, the outcome of that PLI or hearing process, and what modifications might be suggested through that. That further notification is likely to be limited to a much smaller group of people who would be affected by that change, rather than the 10,000 that are affected by the entire project. So there is a risk there. And as you said yourself, we feel at the moment that the majority of the mitigations that could be achieved have been outlined to the objectors, and the project team has a range of key design principles that we've had to try to apply across the entire project to be fair and reasonable to everyone. So we feel that the position we're in at the minute is fair, is reasonable, and that we've taken those objections as far as we can. And obviously, if the reporter sees any of those objections slightly differently and suggests some modifications, then we would have to take those steps, whatever that may be.
Okay, thanks for those answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As there's no further indications or questions, I'll go to Councillor Deacon to move the report.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to thank Alistair, Paul, and the entire Engagement for Protection scheme for this report. The hard work that's been going on can be seen in the quality that's in the report today. I also want to thank everyone who took part in the consultation and providing their insights and feedback on the plans. And I know the team and myself have been amazed at the quality and variety of feedback received. The purpose of this report is to advise and note on progress on the Engagement for Protection scheme and to seek agreement to make preliminary decisions to confirm the scheme without modification. This is already outlined to the report, so I will do my best to keep this brief. As set out in the report, and making a decision to confirm the scheme without modification, as there are remaining objectors, Scottish ministers must be advised and they will decide whether they wish to consider the scheme. There are in summary 20 valid objections which remain open. This is around about 0.2% of people notified. So it's a very small amount in the grand scheme of people that were notified. The Scottish Government and the Council have stated their commitment to the scheme and continue to work collaboratively through the task force to develop and prioritise a phased approach to deliver. The recommendations of the report to progress based on preliminary decision with no modifications signifies this progress. So with this, I formally move the report and recommendations in section 2.
Thank you, Councillor Deakin, and I'll formally second. I'll go to group leaders and Councillor Hannah.
We have no amendment to this. Just once again say our thanks to the officers who have worked so very, very hard on this. And obviously we are happy to go ahead with the scheme as stands and without modification, and we just hope things will move quickly.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hannah. Bailey Kerr.
No comment.
Okay, Councillor Spears.
No problems with going ahead to try and save Grangemouth, and hopefully we don't have to have sacrificial flooding in the other parts there, low-lying districts. Thank you.
Okay, any other of the independents have any comment you wish to make at this stage? Councillor Murtagh.
Yeah, I don't have an amendment because essentially there are two options, and one is to agree the scheme or to completely reject it because there's not a modification option here, and I wouldn't propose to reject it. But I am comforted to know that there does have to be a local or a public hearing, and I think that will give an opportunity for some of the detail of the objections to be brought out and have some concern or some sympathy with, for example, I know the representations from the RSPB, etc. But if they're going to be heard and looked at in a transparent way, then I think that gives us that opportunity. So I have no amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In which case, I'll be happy to agree.
Agreed.
Okay, I will now take a 10-minute comfort break, folks. Back in the room. Okay, thank you, and a big thanks to the staff. It's a little bit warmer in the room now than what it was. We will reconvene and we are back into a programme of the capital programmes update. Councillor Murtagh, have you got a question before I go into that?
I do. It was just, I know that we've just had a break, but I wondered whether at some point, whether it's now or later in the agenda, given the red danger to life warning update that's been issued, whether the Chief Executive would be able to update in terms of any impacts for council services tomorrow, advice that we could be giving in terms of our staff and what's open. Thank you.
Okay, there is a major incident meeting at 1:30. Following that, there will be communication sent out to everybody. We hope to be in a position at the end of this afternoon, the meeting this afternoon, to be able to give all members an update in relation to that. Okay, capital programme update. Amanda, can I ask just a couple of questions about the implications of the combination of the current bank rate, the interest rate, and the implications for borrowing, including the medium and long-term implications for the council?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor McJohn. So we've been talking quite a lot about how the loan charges are adding pressure to our revenue budget, and that's because interest rates are staying higher for longer. We are still seeing that there seems to be some stabilisation in the UK's gilt rate, which means that our PWLB rate seems to be stabilising a little bit. But the challenge that we have is that we had a programme of a lot of short-term borrowing, because short-term borrowing for years was so much cheaper than long-term borrowing. The challenge we have is that short-term borrowing is now becoming very expensive. There's not a lot of liquidity in the market, which means there's not a lot of opportunities out there for short-term borrowing, so lenders can charge quite high interest rates. What that then means is we're looking at long-term borrowing alternatives. But if rates are forecast to come down, we don't want to lock ourselves in too soon to too high a rate. So we're sort of trying to go through. I know Caroline McGill, the Capital and Treasury Manager, is working incredibly hard to sort of track rates, to look at the best options, to try and make sure that we have the liquidity and the cash flow that the council needs, but that we're not locking ourselves into interest rates that are too high. At some point, we have to have cash flow, so we have to borrow. If we have to borrow, we have to borrow at whatever rate we can get it at. But there's a lot of work happening now, more so than I think has ever been needed in the past, to try and really look forward and plan and borrow at the best possible interest rates. And obviously, we've got our Treasury advisors for that. We've talked about how the spend in the capital programme influences that. And so we do need to keep reviewing our spend in the capital programme to make sure that our future plans are aligned with the sort of interest rate projections. So, for example, as a council, we want to be doing more of our borrowing when interest rates are lower than doing it when they're at their highest, and they're at their highest now and potentially into 25, 26. So as officers, we've been doing a lot of work on that for the capital programme that will come forward to members on the 6th of March. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Amanda. And I just wondered if there was anything more that, as the council, what we can do. And my final question is about, well, I appreciate that our service concessions have to be focused in order to ensuring the financial sustainability of the council before that they can then be used for capital. But where would they fit into that process?
Thank you. I think in terms of capital, we have to focus on trying to sort of use our capital grant to best effect, so prioritising our capital grant, because that's not got an additional cost for the council. We need to look at things like our planning obligations and our capital receipts to make sure that we're using all those funds to best effect. The next stage of that is then looking at, well, what do we have to fund from borrowing? And that's really why, as a council, we've talked about we talked in the financial strategy about trying to reduce our reliance on borrowing for the capital programme and trying to live within the approved levels of borrowing. There is a real challenge there because we know that a lot of our assets urgently need investment, and we did talk at the budget meeting last year about the potential to, for example, ring-fence council tax funding for investment. And so I think these are all the options that members will have to consider going forward. So I suppose what we, in terms of how we fund our capital programme, we need to focus on grants. Then we're looking at other receipts that we have. Then we're looking at borrowing, which we can sustain, which means, for example, through an increase in council tax. And then I think the sort of service concessions are the last piece, if you like, of that, because as we've said before in the previous item, our application service concessions is really dependent on our understanding that we're in a much better financial position on the revenue side.
Okay, thank you for that, Amanda. There's so many moving parts to all of this that it's quite difficult to see exactly a clear path, but we do have a path. Okay, Councillor Spears.
Thank you, Amanda. Do you feel the change of government in the USA, how that will affect the Federal Reserve, the Fed, and tariff increases for other countries, us being one of them? Will that affect our interest rates and for borrowing? And also, does that mean that if we've got a low level of reserves, we'll have difficulty borrowing?
Thanks, Councillor Spears. I think it's a really interesting question because the reality is that what happens in the US does have a big impact on what happens elsewhere. And we saw some of the sort of market reactions to conversations that Trump was having, President Trump was having, in terms of tariffs. And also, I think markets earlier in the week had a bit of a sigh of relief because the UK wasn't mentioned at one point in a certain point in the speech. So that kind of market sentiment definitely, what happens globally definitely affects market sentiment. And I think what's important is that when we're talking about borrowing, and particularly when we're talking about our long-term borrowing, we're talking about how healthy the markets view the UK economy. And so anything that could impact on that UK economy has an impact on the market. So if the UK government wants to borrow, the market will decide how much risk they feel they're taking on, and they will price that interest rate accordingly. And if there's something that comes out the US that says there's going to be pressure on the UK economy, that will increase that interest rate. If that rate increases, that increases our interest rate. So I think, I think it's a wait and see position, and I think it's potentially quite a volatile position, but it certainly has an effect. And just in terms of your second question, the PWLB, the Public Works Loan Board, is always open to us to borrow, but that's our kind of longer term rates in the main. In terms of our short-term loans, where we're maybe borrowing from another local authority, for example, they will look at things like our financial strategy and our budget. And so they will pay attention when they're deciding who they're prepared to loan to. They will pay attention to what our financial health is. And I suppose there is a lot of local authorities are in a similar position to us, so we're not an outlier in that sense. But it does certainly have an impact on the availability of funds and how easy it is to borrow.
I see some financial pundits on TV kind of hoping because President Trump's mother was Scottish, he might be kind to us, but it's very hard for us to have a way forward just on hope. As I've said a few times before, if we were ever caught using the word hopefully in the army, we got press-ups, and we need to see a way forward, and that's the difficulty we're living in. A difficult situation.
Okay, Bailey Buchanan.
Thank you, Convener. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Just a quick question to Amanda. Amanda, we've just had a long discussion on item 7, the new town hall update. I have serious concerns that the costs will spiral dramatically. If that is the case, would this have an effect on the capital programme in terms of what's included in it? Thank you.
Thanks, Bailey Buchanan. So the capital programme at the moment has the allocation that council's previously agreed, and then the what was for noting in the previous paper was that coming back next month there'll be an in principle allocation requested for the town hall. It's maybe for colleagues in police services to expand on how they've built in the contingency to that budget. Obviously, if there was external factors which, we saw for things like the conflict in Ukraine, when inflation started to increase for certain areas, these are the type of things that could have an impact that are to some extent out with our control. But I think the key thing is having a really effective contingency budget as part of that. And I know that has been built into the figures that Mr. Kettrick provided earlier.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on the capital programme? No, okay, and moving the report recognise that the very volatile financial environment we're in and the challenges around that prudential borrowing that gives us in continuing to deliver everything we would want to have in our capital programme, and that is something that's going to continue at least for the short to medium term. However, what we can't forget is what we actually are delivering through our capital programme, with significant investment in roads, as well as our open spaces, our schools, active travel, and on our carbon efficiencies and the enabling works that have been delivered through the TIF. So while there are those challenges that as a council we are continuing to deliver and we are continuing to be ambitious, but those ambitions obviously are tempered at this time, and as a result it may take slightly longer to deliver on everything we would wish to see, but it's important that we are able to continue to have that investment. I don't intend to say much more because we will very shortly, as we move to our budget setting day, have our updated capital programme coming forward, and that will be for members to comment and agree in whatever way they wish to do. But I'm happy to move the capital programme report as it is. Councillor Mouse?
Yeah, happy to second the same.
Okay, I'll go to group leaders.
No further comment.
Okay, thank you.
No comments.
No comment.
Okay, any independents have comments? Happy to agree the report?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Next item is waste collection, bulky uplifts, and we will have questions to officers first. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, convener. And I don't have an amendment coming forward later. So the questions in terms of the EPIA, which I raised during the briefing, and I thank the officers for their answers subsequently to that. I'd just like to ask, though, in terms of there was no consultation on this, so what was the process in terms of the EPIA? Obviously, I've identified perhaps some deficiencies in terms of the disability element and how this proposal might affect those with disabilities. Can officers give an outline of how the assessment was done and potentially any comments about what might be done to rectify the sort of deficit which is within the report. Thank you.
Thanks, Convener.
Thanks, Barry.
The report itself, if the question is about accessibility, yeah, the change. Oh, sure. Yeah, if the question's linked to accessibility, there is no change to accessibility for people with disabilities. The same accessibility challenges were there as before as after. What I will say is, anybody with disabilities, if they identify and ask for help when they attend one of the HWRC centres, there will be attendees there which will offer help.
Okay, I'm grateful for the answer. I suppose my question was more about how the process of the EPIA was done in order to determine that this, as you say, wouldn't affect people who have disabilities or accessibility needs.
Thanks, Convener. Looking at how the process works, we identified that there was no change on the challenges of anybody with a disability, in getting their material to the curbside. And there were certainly no changes to the HWRCs, so we didn't look at it past that point, because it's a financial change of a contribution to balance. There wasn't an operational change, so at that point we didn't look any further. I hope that answers the question.
I suppose it does in part, but I'm not going to get into debate about why I disagree with that. But what I think is important to establish is that when we've got the EPIA, you have mitigations within EPIA. So there's an identification of a poverty element within an impact on people with poverty. They're the only, they're not so much a protected characteristic, but they're the only ones that are identified as having a negative impact because there's a cost implication, as you say. And I think that, but the situation is that in terms of your mitigation is that they can still go to a household waste recycling centre, and that's where your mitigation and that identification, would you accept, in terms of a question, would you accept that for people who are disabled, such as myself, that is a much more challenging thing, and that while you're saying that there is you can ask for help, we don't currently have a process for asking for help, and it's more difficult at the curbside end, if you like, for a disabled person to get a bulky item into a vehicle to take it to a recycling centre than what it would be otherwise. So I suppose, can officers kind of see that why there might be some difficulty there, and could they comment on whether we could revise a process? And I know maybe there are discussions to make that a more formal arrangement to reflect that difficulty.
For yourself, Convener. As far as we're aware, Councillor Murtagh, the level of service that Falkirk Council provides members of the public as far as collecting bulky waste is very much standard across the whole of Scotland. However, if there is any other areas of best practice out there that we're unaware of, then we'll happily put that out to the Waste Managers Network, and we'll happily feed that back to you.
Okay. I suppose it's a question in general, and obviously, equalities as Equality Human Rights Champion is something in the EPIA process that I have very involved in. The reason I am asking about the process and for you to outline the process is because I understand what you're saying in terms of best practice in our local authorities, but we are being asked to make a decision about a change to our service, and would officers accept, therefore, that it doesn't actually matter, as I understand it, whether every other local authority does that or not. What the issue is in terms of identifying an impact and a mitigation under the EPIA is that we are making a service change. So do you understand what I'm asking in that sense?
I think we're talking at cross purposes, Councillor Murtagh, and the change is a financial change within the paper, not the operational change. And I think that's been explained, that the operation has not changed from what it was previously. If you want to look at that under the equalities, I think it needs to be done separately from in this particular circumstance, because it's purely around a financial change and not that operational aspect of it. And I don't think we're going to get to a resolution here today. So I think you maybe need to take that down a different route.
Okay, well, I'll ask Mr. Moody then, or Chief Executive, in terms of the process, how we make decisions. We are being asked to make a decision about a financial element, but we have a legal duty to consider equality and poverty impact assessments and how we make decisions, and those have to be accurate. Now, the process is the process that should mean we take a cumulative view of all the impacts of what we're going to view with all our decisions, and is it appropriate to ask about that when we're making this sort of change?
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. I mean, I think the purpose of the legislation is that we do take an overview. And I think as Equalities Champion, it's entirely reasonable to raise these questions. I suppose in thinking about the Convener's contribution in the context of this report, I think officers are given the response that they can give. But the need to continually to review these things to see how we can endeavour to meet best practice in terms of equalities, sits with all of us, and indeed in relation to the full suite of reports. But the general point you make, I think, is correct. Okay,
my very direct question then, as clearly as I can make it, that I'm asking, is in the consideration of this and other types of report, but this report and this proposal, was anybody from the equalities team in the council involved in looking at the proposal in order to best inform the recommendations, because there was no consultation connected to this report?
Okay, Mr. Benny's going to take that one.
Through you, Convener, can I just make the point that when the change was first introduced about bringing in a special uplift fee within the council, an EPIA was done on that change, which was a change of service. And then, therefore, when officers considered this, they're looking at it in terms of what's the change from that decision to this decision. And, I think Barry's outlined the thinking around that. But yes, of course, when any EPIA is undertaken, that is then shared with the equalities team for consideration, advice and refinement. And then we make the point, obviously, of sharing that EPIA as part of the reports that come to committee. But I just think there's a two-stage process here. And the initial consideration about the introduction of a charge for bulky uplift was taken 2022.
Yeah. Okay, this is really important, and I'm going to ask this question. Is the point of decision, though? The point of the EPIA, what I'd like officers to try to confirm with me about the process is that this is the point of decision, and this is the point where we look at potential mitigations. That's what we're looking at in the EPIA. So what I'm asking is that I'm not able to see that trail from what's provided in terms of where it's gone to. I'm identifying, I think there is perhaps a deficit in terms of identifying mitigation, not in the concept. Can you provide me then with the trail or an outline of what was considered in terms of consulting to look at that? Because at the moment I can't see it, and as a decision maker, I need to see it.
I'm not able to comment, Convener, on the detail of the process running up to this, but I think the officers have given as much as they can in terms of their response to their thinking on that and their consideration of the equality impact. So the fundamental point is, yes, when we're making a change, we need to consider the impacts. We need to consider if there are mitigations. We need to consider how in the round that then affects the decision making which is going forward. I think we're in a situation where there's a disagreement as to whether that EPIA provides the adequate detail, but it's the detail the officers have in front of you today, and it's ultimately, I think, going to be in the hands of members whether they think they have the adequate information or not. But I'm not sure we can pursue that line further in terms of more information becoming forthcoming today.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. I'll ask my questions in reverse from what I've written them. The special uplift fee especially is highlighted in 4.1. Now, has it been factored in for the increase in fly tipping, which will inevitably happen?
Through yourself, Convener. Thanks for the question, Councillor Spears. So this proposal is designed to mitigate against a deficit in the budget, whilst providing a discount charge for householders receiving benefits. In my experience as a waste manager or involved within waste management for over 20 years now, I don't believe there is a direct correlation necessarily with bulky charges and fly tipping. So I'm not expecting a significant increase in fly tipping following this change to the charging policy.
So we can assure people who are paying this increase fee for the one uplift on 5 items that they're not paying for fly tippers.
I'll go back to my earlier comment, Councillor Spears. I think the two are quite separate. This is a report on the bulk uplift charge and a change to the current charging policy. If elected members would like to have a separate briefing on fly tipping specifically, then the service would be more than happy to carry that out.
I think that would be very welcome. I know we have a great team in Greensmouth, the glitter team, who are now finding heavier and bigger objects when they're doing the great service they provide for free in our town. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Convener. We're obviously still in the midst of a cost of living crisis here, and this change is going to impact on benefit claimants. Now, at the moment, they get one free uplift a year, but you're expecting them to pay half the charge now. What makes you think they're going to be in a financial position to actually do that? Bearing in mind they're on benefit and they're probably vulnerable people. That's my first point. The other point's in relation to the fly tipping issue. How do we go about enforcing this? Because I believe that we only have the one enforcement officer working in the whole of the Falkirk Council area. That's just not going to be sufficient to cover the increase in fly tipping.
Thanks, Convener. In reverse, within the waste service, we have one person still retains the ability to issue fixed penalty notices, but within Falkirk Council, the housing estate has a full team of enforcement officers. If any commercial crime under the new regs is to be reported to SEPA, then they'll take that forward and investigate it themselves.
Convener, I'm sure housing officers will only be enforcing anything that happens round about the council properties. There's a lot of fly tipping goes on in streets and lanes in the outlying districts of this council area. How does that get enforced?
Councillor Nimmo, thanks for your question. But again, I'll revert back to my previous comment that this report is specifically on bulky waste, and happy to take questions on the bulky waste paper. As I mentioned previously, if elected members are interested in fly tipping and would like us to provide a briefing on fly tipping, then more than happy to do that. And we can arrange a separate workshop for that. In relation to your question over cost and the fact that we're introducing a discounted rate for householders that are currently receiving benefit, a change from the free collection. My response to that is that with the introduction of this discounted rate, we're still only one of 5 local authorities in the whole of Scotland that are actually offering a discounted rate, with the rest, the majority, providing a single rate, irrespective of income or family circumstance. So whilst, yes, we are looking to introduce a charge, a relatively small charge, to help cover a deficit. We're still taking acknowledgement of those with a lesser income.
I'm still surprised that fly tipping's not covered in this report, though, because they're obviously linked. If you're cutting the charges, you're expecting people to pay money up front for a service that they can't afford, then it's going to have an impact on the fly tipping.
Through yourself, Convener. Yes, we are introducing a charge for bulky collections, albeit a discounted rate for those on benefits. What I would also highlight, Councillor Nimmo, is that there are still free disposal routes for members of the public within Falkirk, whether that's through 2 of our household waste recycling centres, which between the 2 of them are available 7 days of the week. And we also enjoy good working relations and promotion of an awful lot of charity organisations as well that will come in and collect furniture and items of good quality free of charge. So there are still other options out there other than Falkirk Council to dispose of and to reuse unwanted bulky items.
Thank you for that. Just to say, I think it would be welcome to have a separate briefing around fly tipping, and I would just cite some of the very good work that's been done by both Estates and Waste Management, in a particular area in my ward that is predominantly owner-occupier and private tenanted. That's made a huge difference, and that has been a very concentrated piece of work by the team, but very, very effective. So I think that would be really helpful to deal with some of the issues and to be able to share that as a potential route for the future, and working very closely with housing colleagues. Okay, if there's no further questions, I will go to Councillor Deacon to move the report.
Thank you very much. First, I want to thank Douglas, Barry.
I beg your pardon. Apologies, I forgot to Councillor Redmond.
No problem.
I'm sorry about that.
Sorry, if
light
Councillor
off.
Deacon just carries on, I'll just take my question offline. Sorry, thanks.
Okay, that's no problem. Right, sorry, apologies for that.
No problem, I'll start again. So first I want to thank Douglas, Barry and all those involved in bringing this report forward. I know a lot of hard work has been involved in putting this, with many spreadsheet tables and cells used, and a lot of data has been analysed. We all know the significant financial pressure council services are under, and we need to look at ways to relieve that pressure and to ensure that we can deliver the services that our communities need the most. This pressure will likely continue without substantive and realistic changes being brought forward. Well, there was an increase in funding flowing from Westminster to Scotland, and this is a good place to start. It does not go far enough, and this is why we must look at every service we deliver and the impact that has on our communities and sustainability of that service. The bulky uplift as a service funded directly through the waste budget is not a statutory service. We do not need to provide a service. We do, as it's the right thing to do, not only for our residents, but also for the area and the environment. This increase is small, and we remain as one of the only local authorities that provide a discounted service for our residents on council tax relief. Do we wish to remove this service or join the 27 other locals in Scotland? The other 27 other local authorities of Scotland at this time do nothing to help residents? Or do we wish to remain as one of the 5 that have a measure in place to assist? Personally, I believe we should remain as one of the 5 that work for our residents. So with this, I formally move the report on recommendations of section 2.
Thank you, Councillor Deacon. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Convener. And just quickly, I'd like to thank Barry and Douglas as well for the briefing and a meeting I had with them yesterday. I'm happy to move the recommendations.
Thank you. Go to group leaders.
Thank you, Convener. I don't think any of us are happy about increasing charges, and I'm sure that it's been a difficult decision for council officers. The fundamental issue is the situation we have financially, and we will be dealing with that in another venue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bailey Kerr.
No comment, just to thank Douglas and Barry for not just the report, but the constant updates that we get from their team regarding waste. They're very passionate about it, and it's always good to get first-hand information from both of them. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spears.
Whilst admiring the passion, I think this is just the start of a lot more increases to come for the residents of our district, which I'm always sorry to see. I would thank the team. I know they're very, very conscientious and great to work with as well, because they respond in a positive nature, which is, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Convener. And I don't have an amendment because effectively it's kind of, we know we have to do this and it's a bit take it or leave it, but and I wouldn't want to wish to preclude it from being in as a budget option, but I would have preferred it to be so in order that we could look at the cumulative impact, particularly as the mitigations that are proposed are around financial elements, and we will inevitably make decisions which will make more financial difficulties for our citizens when it comes to budget time, and it would be better to be able to do that together. However, I do want to emphasise that in an ideal world, maybe I would have an amendment concerning the EPIA process on this, and that it gives me some concern. It's not about this particular proposal. I'm not getting it this individual way it's been done, or in any way trying to say in terms of the officers have prepared this report, but it does give me some concern about our approach in general. We are 6 weeks out from the budget or so. I haven't yet seen details for service savings, which means that I haven't seen EPIAs. I don't know who has, and it gives me some concern that I do think there are deficiencies here in how this has been going about, and that is a very important part of the process. We're not there yet as a council in terms of how we're doing this process, and that needs to be, the opportunity needs to be pointed out at this stage, that with budget coming up, and this is a budget decision, we need to be on the ball with that, and I don't think we're there yet. So thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you. Are we happy to agree the report? Okay, thank you. Moving into item 11, it's a proposed community sport and leisure facilities update, and it's open to questions to officers. Councillor Redmond.
Thanks. I've got my own questions, but then I've also been asked to ask a question on behalf of our Bowness councillor, David Aitchison, so I'll just do that one first. It was that general feedback stated that the multi-purpose room was too small for some group activities. It was indicated in response that those groups could be accommodated through the wider school curriculum. What guarantees are there for those groups that use the larger gymnasium or dance studio, and what discussions have taken place regarding this? And then he's also kind of asked if you could touch on that for the pool as well. I think it's just basically what guarantees is there that, as well as the new sports wing, they can still use facilities in the school as well. Thanks. I don't know if you want to take that one first.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Keswick.
Convener, members will maybe be aware from the discussions that we've had and the consultations, we've been actively engaged with schools in terms of timetabling, and in particular at Bowness. The school is not at full capacity, and there is the opportunity, as outlined in the proposals, to use the gymnasium and dance studio, and works will be undertaken to improve those. We know from the programme of activities currently through things such as Active Fourth or private classes, there is sufficient capacity in the gymnasium and the dance studio for those to be accommodated during the day when they occur, and obviously evenings and weekends and during school holidays there is no curriculum pressures on those areas. In terms of the multifunction room, it has been used for smaller group activities, and we know from the numbers that are attending elements of active fourth and other classes, that will be sufficient for the majority of classes, and therefore we're satisfied that there is sufficient capacity in the proposals to accommodate all the classes that are currently ongoing and are likely to occur.
Thanks. I'm sure David hopefully will be happy with that answer. The question that was coming from me was obviously I was thinking about developer contributions and how we fund this, and it was just to think, what scope have we got to maybe gather in more developer contributions towards obviously Denny, Bowness and Braes are all areas with large developments ongoing. Is there any scope that any developments coming forward in the near future might be able to contribute towards these projects? And then, you know, how is there room to increase that as well? I don't know if you want to touch on that.
Convener, we've highlighted in the report the opportunity for the utilisation of developer contributions associated with the Braes, where it is a school extension and will help support improved capacity requirements at the school. That is an established supplementary planning guidance that is available and can be utilised. There is currently no supplementary planning guidance available for the other facilities. However, I'm aware that as part of proposals going forward for the new local development plan and proposals for the modernisation of how we deal with developer contributions, that consideration will be given to the scope and the level of contributions that can be made to support public infrastructure and development of facilities such as sport and leisure premises.
Thanks for your answer on that, Paul, and I hope we can, you know, get as much developer contributions in to kind of maximise our chance to build these. But I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Devine next, then I've got Bailey Kerr and then Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Fiona. I just wanted to pull up something that for like Mr. Ketchick or Mr. Binney, whoever wants to answer it. We've spoke about access for, you know, community groups, whether it's in the new multifunction room within the extension, whether it's within the school, or there is other possibilities available, i.e. the town hall, or for them to continue using any other facilities that are used in the district. Is that, I just wanted a bit of clarification that is still going to be available option for these community groups going forward?
Convener, the short answer is yes. We've proposed the community sport and leisure wings with a focus on sport and leisure. That doesn't mean to say they can't be used for other community uses. However, the focus will be on sport and leisure by their nature. We will still continue to have a range of facilities both owned by the council and through our community partners who are maybe potentially going through asset transfers, and they will still, we hope, continue to be available for wider community uses.
Okay, Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. Regarding on page 284, with regards to the last word, affordability. So what we're saying is if it's not affordable, the Braes will not happen.
Convener, as we've outlined in the report, there is a proposal here for the utilisation of service concessions, and similar to the approach that was mentioned for the town hall, it will be for elected members to determine the affordability of the proposals at a future date, and hence why the report will be brought forward. However, as you'll see, we've highlighted in the report that our intention is that within the funding envelope that we have available to progress with all the necessary investigations and proposals to ensure that when we do bring back those proposals, that there is robust costs, programme of works to be undertaken, and for members then to determine at that point the pros and cons of the project together with its affordability.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Murtagh.
Yeah, and that sort of answers some of my questions also, but I just want to pick back up on the question that was asked in terms of the capacity at the facilities of Bowness in particular, and the sort of changing them. And Mr. Ketterick, he said, like from the consultation responses and what being looked at, that there'd been an assessment that the capacity was adequate. And I know from conversations with Councillor Ritchie that she has raised concerns about, specifically you mentioned active fourth, that the nature of their classes and the volume of their current class, or what they had, will not be able to be accommodated. That was her view, certainly. And so have these been matched up in terms of what the usage figures were and how they operated, or is there an adjustment being proposed as to the types of activities that they'll have to undertake or change when it comes to the new facility?
Convener, we have logs of the number of people attending each and every active fourth class that is undertaken in our premises, which at the moment for Bowness is the town hall. We've utilised those as well as the consultation feedback to determine the size of the multifunction room, and also the utilisation of the gym hall. The gym hall far exceeds any capacity that is required for any of the classes currently ongoing in Bowness, and their likely increases when the new facilities opened, because we do hope that more people and larger classes will then be able to be accommodated in the facility.
Okay, I suppose so what you're saying is that the assessment is based on what's currently being provided, and so the moment it's being provided in Bowness Town Hall, because as we know, the rec no longer is in operation. But I suppose my assumption was, and perhaps Councillor Ritchie's assumption was, that what it would be based on was what was provided in the recreation centre and the numbers and the types of activities, because obviously there's already perhaps had to be an adjustment there, or a change in what's being able to be offered, because it's not a sports centre. So are they not based also on what was previously being provided in the recreation centre? Because that's what we're kind of replacing, you know, that facility, if you see what I mean.
Convener, clearly when we done the previous analysis on the recreation centre, we also had information on the utilisation there. We are fairly comfortable and confident that we can accommodate both the existing utilisation and any projected increase that would come from the community at Bowness, or indeed wider afield who want to utilise our facilities. So it does reflect both previous levels of demand and indeed the current levels of demand that we have across the premises.
Okay, I'll let Councillor Ritchie, who is not well at the moment, I hope she gets better soon, pick that up with you in due course. I have a question which is not directly related to what's in the report, and it's probably more to do with what's coming up in the SPR, but it's about the proposal, and public papers are public in terms of SPR, and there's one of the facilities in my ward which is Karen Gymnastics Centre, and a few years ago we made a decision as a council to create a centre of excellence for gymnastics and put capital expenditure, etc., into that particular building. And we're now moving to a different sort of, you know, centre and spoke model. But in terms of the premises that are kind of on the report today, if Karen Gymnastics Centre ends up not being in operation anymore, having to close, etc., what has there been any alternative look at what might need to be provided in any of these centres in terms of the types of equipment, etc., that which might need to be put in order to accommodate that?
I don't think we should be speculating on what's contained within a future report and the details that will come forward, Councillor Murtagh. So I'm not going to ask officers to respond to that. That's one that you can take forward when it comes to the SPR at full council.
Convener, if you could just give me a moment to think about the logical flow of that, because what I'm trying to establish is these reports we're agreeing a process of what's happening and whether it's appropriate in these facilities, and you know it's difficult to know what's appropriate if you're kind of not able to forecast what's being considered. Has contingency then been looked at for the development of gymnastics in these particular areas, if that needed to happen.
That will come forward as part of the SPR report in relation to Cairn Gymnastics. And I think it's inappropriate to introduce that into this report when it's very specific about these 3 sites.
Convener, I can't for the life of me, pardon it.
Can I raise a point of order?
Yes.
If a council member has admitted themselves that the question they have is not directly related to this report, but is related to a separate report that's not on the agenda, is that permissible?
I would need to go to Mr. Moody for that.
I think the question is whether the question is relevant to the item of business. That's the point, I think, that Councillor Murtagh is making a point to say that in her view it is. The convener, however, has ruled to say that that is not the case.
Okay. Is it appropriate to ask whether in the development, quite apart from anything else which might happen in this council in the future, have officers considered potentially whether any of these sites which are on the agenda today might have capacity for gymnastics activities in future then?
Convener, these are community sport and leisure hubs. They are multifunctional. They can be used for a variety of uses. In terms of the specifics associated with gymnastics, at present they are focused on the Cairn Gymnastics Centre and other venues around the area, depending on the nature of the gymnastics activity. As we will highlight in the SPR report, the mitigations associated should the Cairn Gymnastics facility close will be highlighted in that. It does not necessarily mean to say that they are part of these facilities, but it also would be appropriate to say that some activity could not be accommodated in these facilities.
Okay, Councillor Spears.
Thank you, Convener. Can I ask Mr. Kettrick to expand on his statement that non-curricular weekend use of sports facilities, that means the kids aren't using them, right, the school kids. Is this a cutback on team sports competition? And 2, have school kids then been advised to try and use community halls?
The statement in the report is really round about that when the facilities are not in use by the school, they will be available for the community through our sport and leisure activities. There is an active engagement with all the schools that are involved, particularly Bowness and the Braes, and we don't see any suggestion that this will impact on whether it's the team activities that they undertake out of hours or indeed anything that's associated with the delivery of the PE curriculum.
Well, does that not contradict what you said in your delivery? That, and I wrote it down and I was quite surprised, non-curricular weekend use of sports facilities.
This is the leisure-based activities that are not associated with the delivery of the curriculum.
No, the leisure-based activities, right, are the people that are using that sports centre. We're talking about football teams, netball teams, basketball teams, swimming competitions, you know, which is vital for the competitive spirit within our schools. And I remember when I was young, it was great, and if you beat another school, it was even better. So that's not getting done away with, and they're not being advised to try and find a community hall that's still open.
No, I mean, these facilities have been designed and are being provided to support those types of activities, as well as the delivery of the curriculum stuff. If we take the example of Bowness, for instance, as part of the consultation, we identified the need for team changing facilities. They are now part of the proposal. We've increased the size of the changing facilities to enable that. So on the contrary, we're actually trying to encourage as much community use, whether it's team activity or individual activity.
Thank you. I'm so pleased to hear that.
Okay, there are no further questions, so I'll go to Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Convener. This has been off on some tangents I didn't quite expect it to go off on. Many thanks to Malcolm, Charlotte, Paul and the full team for all the work that has gone into this project so far. In my opinion, this is one of the most exciting projects to come before me in my time as a councillor. The benefits to the areas around Bowness, Denny and the Braes will be massive, not only in the general fitness and health and well-being of residents, but these community sport and leisure facilities will bring so much more. As a regular visitor of both Stennismuir and Grangemouth gyms, I see firsthand what some other outlying communities are missing out on. People of all ages and abilities benefiting from the state-of-the-art gym, very welcoming and experienced skilled instructors, yoga, Pilates, spin, etc. classes, and maybe most importantly, meeting up with friends, making new friends and meeting members of their community on a regular basis, giving folk something to aim for and look forward to. Rightly, Bowness is phase 1 of the project, and I'm sure this state-of-the-art facility with larger gym and studio will be well used and a real asset to the town and area. Denny, a similar sized facility, one which the community have never really benefited from, will have the added bonus and a very important factor in our support of this site of town centre regeneration. It will not only increase footfall during the day, but also add to the evening and nighttime economy, bringing all the benefits that provides. Onto the Braes, the most complex project has grown considerably with the inclusion of much needed addition to Braes High School and the Learning Estate. Again, a similar sport and leisure facility to Denny and Bowness will be a great addition to the area. Also very encouraging response to the stakeholder engagements, and I do thank officers for the in-person presentations, some better attended than others I may add. I certainly learned from the ones I attended. Happy to support these recommendations and can't wait for the projects to be completed and see the happy, smiling, if slightly hot and sweaty faces of all the users. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Garner. Councillor Sinclair.
Thanks, Convener. Just very quick comment to say that we've taken some pretty tough decisions over the past few years since I was elected in 2022. We've taken some good decisions, some that are not so positive. This, in my opinion, reflects a very positive move forward in this situation, and I am very delighted to see this report going forward. So I'm happy, rather than content, to second these proposals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sinclair. I'll go to group leaders. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. I would echo what has been said in that it's actually quite exciting to be looking at a report that is about increasing the availability of facilities in local areas. I want to say a big thank you to the officers who have undertaken extensive consultation and who have changed the proposals in the light of the comments that have come back both from the young people and from the communities. I've attended some of the events as well, and they've been very open opportunities for the public to have their say. Obviously, being councillor for the Lower Braes, I would rather that the Braes was coming forward a bit earlier, but it clearly is important that the Bowness development happens first, and that has to be focused upon. In terms of committing service concessions to this, it does seem to me to be one of the most appropriate uses for service concessions, given that they come because of the school's estate. It's something that is going to improve things for the community. Thank you to all the officers. I look forward to further consultation and discussion and update on what's going on. And I look forward to using the facilities myself when they're available.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hannah. Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. And I'd just like to thank everybody who was involved in the initial PDP that's brought this proposal forward. And I'm sure when we started off with the PDP, we didn't envisage that this would be the outcome. And hopefully all three will be delivered in the timescales that we hope they will be. As people have previously just mentioned, in the time of very hard times of the council, getting some positive news is very welcome. And I'm sure that once this council is finished and the next one takes up, I hope they can deliver these projects in other areas and we can see pieces of sport and leisure happening in all different areas of the council. So thank you very much, Convener.
Thank you.
Thanks to the officers.
Councillor Spears.
Well, coming from a town with a proud sporting history and proud sporting facilities, I would never be against the improvement of sport for all parts of the district, because we need to remember we represent and are responsible for all parts of the district. I look forward to improving. I look forward to fighting any cuts that might come against it. We've heard the financial position and everything's fluid, as we know, but we must strive to improve whatever service we have and move it on from generation to generation and go forward and not go backwards. Thank you.
Okay, Bailey Buchanan.
Delighted for these communities, and what Councillor Kerr has stated is hopefully that other communities, especially areas in the west that have been forgotten for so long, like Bonnybridge and Banknock, that we might be somewhere somebody will be listening to us in the future. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Murtagh.
Yeah, I don't have an amendment because I'm also excited and agree with the proposals, but I do think it's important to make the point that one of the criticisms that's often levelled at us as councillors, unfairly or not, is that we don't think about the joined up picture when we make decisions and how one thing is going to affect another. So I do think it's really important that we understand the context of this decision and what's also being considered for the rest of our sport and leisure facilities, so that when those questions are inevitably asked by the public, we can give them the answers that we have actually thought about it. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you. Are we happy to agree the report?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay. I was thinking, yeah, I think we go. There's a CMT meeting in preparation for the incident management team, so I think I'm going to take the lunch break now to allow officers to go and attend that. And as I said, there will be an update following the conclusion of the meeting today from that. So if we say 45 minutes, they come back for 1:45. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Good afternoon, everybody. If we can come back into session, please. Okay, thank you, folks. We'll get back on track with our agenda, and I will remind members that the Chief Executive will, once the IMT is reported, he will give an update on where we are with the red alert warning for weather. But we're going to item 12, which is a framework agreement for the provision of foster care and continuing care services. And we have Laura Lowry with us on the call to answer any questions. So I will open up for any questions first, and then I'll go to Councillor Colley, who's the portfolio holder, to speak to the report. Any questions in relation to this particular item? No. Okay, it's absolutely fine. I will go to Councillor Colley.
Thank you. The Executive has been asked to approve the contract strategy for the framework provision of both foster care and continuing care services, and that's to allow procurement to start by Falkirk Council. The report sets out the background of the services with foster care provision for children and young people aged up to 18 and extended continuing care for those aged 18 to 21. Both services aim to provide stability and support for children, young people and young adults who are unable to live with their families for a variety of reasons. As well as excellent support provided by families in Falkirk through the Falkirk Council Foster Service, we work with 11 external providers to commission and purchase provision. This is done through a framework that ends this year in March, and this report seeks approval for a new framework to run from the 1st of April. Aiming to provide cost-effective external foster care and continuing provision locally and ensure the continuity of existing placements. The report sets out selection, award and criteria and arrangements for contract implementation and management. And for assurance, children already in placements will not be transferred to alternate providers foster care as a result of the move to a new framework. The estimated value of this new framework is £2.5 million a year, so that's £15 million over 6 years, and there are notes around the separate rates for foster care and continuing care and discussion on the costs. I would just return to the recommendations and asking the Executive to approve the contract strategy.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Colley. I will formally move the recommendations as in section 2.
Happy to second, Convener.
Okay, I'll go to group leaders if there's any comment they would wish to make. Councillor Hannah?
No further comments, no.
Bailey Kerr?
No amendments as already stated. It's a key part of children's services, and we totally understand how the contracts will help these families going forward. So really supportive of the recommendations. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. Councillor Spears?
I only have one comment. It is our duty to look after children, our primary duty, but it's also our primary duty to help parents. And it's not always the best place for a child at home, but where it is, we should use that.
Okay, any other comments from any of our colleagues? Happy to agree the report?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to the end of that part of our agenda, and we move on to item 13, which is a motion referred to the Executive under Standing Order 29, and it's in relation to Bonnywood Railway Station, and it's to Councillor Buchanan. Sorry, Bailey Buchanan.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you, Bailey Buchanan.
Fine, thank you. I'll not take up much of your time, but initially, could I ask some questions of Mr. Benny and yourself before I just go into a short summary?
Okay, I'm not sure how qualified I'll be to answer your questions, Bailey Buchanan, but I'll do my best.
Well,
okay.
I'm quite sure you're a walking encyclopedia. So could I go to Mr. Benny first? I can visually make you out. I probably need a telescope to see exactly where you are. But Mr. Benny, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, I've got a number of questions for you, and there's no direct criticism levelled at you within any of these questions. It's just simple questions, and I'm hoping you can answer. The first one is, could you tell me how long you've been with this council?
Through you, convener, 3 years.
Fine. Since you started, have you instructed colleagues to support the member's position on Bonnybridge railway station?
Through you, Chair, convener. I received the update about the study that was undertaken and the feedback that we'd had from the Scottish Government Transport, at that point, as I've updated council, I think on possibly 2 to 3 times now, I made the point that with no good outcome likely from any further work, that I was not proposing to ask my officers to invest resources to further this scheme. But obviously always happy to hear if elected members wish officers to do something different to that.
Okay then, I'll keep going. I've got 5 questions for you here. Have you or any of your team met with any ministers or organisations to have and move this project forward?
No.
Right, okay. You will be aware that any public infrastructure project in Scotland requires a promoter that moves it forward, especially for funding application. Have you been involved with this promotional project?
No.
No. Okay. There is an alliance of local authorities that put forward projects to improve infrastructure, such as railway stations. Have you or any of your colleagues ever met with anybody that deals with this infrastructure group?
I think I'd need more details about the exact group. Can you give us the name of the group?
Well, the fact is that it's called the City Region Alliance Group of Local Authorities. The reason I'm asking this, because this is direct information from an area half the size of Bonnybridge that's coming forward for a railway station. They've been waiting 10 years. So I'll leave that one with you, because obviously you haven't. Okay. Do you believe
Bailey Buchanan, I think we do have a comment or a response from an officer in relation to that. Mr. Kettrick?
I think the organisation that Bailey Buchanan is referring to may perhaps be Sestran, and colleagues do meet with Sestran on a range of our strategic infrastructure projects, including when we're undertaking any stag appraisals or anything like that. And also we deal with Transport Scotland as the national body, so we do engage with them on a range of infrastructure issues across the district.
Okay, thank you for that. The reason I'm saying this is because this is direct information from what you would call an operation to move and open up the railway station at Winsborough, which got a capacity of over 3,500 people, but taking on in other areas they got about 14,000. Bonnybridge has got a capacity of 7,000, and also taking in the other areas, which is Banknock and Denny, it's double the size of the Winsborough application. Okay, thanks, Mr. Benny, but I've got another 2 questions for you. Do you believe that you have the authority to take the action you've took in terms of, let's simplify it by saying, but just ditching this proposal?
Through you, convener. I don't agree with the premise. Officers engaged with Transport Scotland through the STAG process. The STAG process said that they had no confidence that there was a compelling case for change, and that further work on this would likely cost the council, with no good chance of that leading to any positive outcome. And in that scenario, yes, I believe I have the delegated authority to instruct my officers to no longer invest resources in that. But I've also made that point on 3 separate occasions, I think, to council or an executive, and I've issued a briefing to all elected members to that effect. So there is absolutely there's no situation where I have taken a decision on this matter that elected members are not informed about and cannot do something differently if they so wish.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll go back to that question again, and apologies, convener, because these are direct questions. But during the budget process over years ago, I had asked a question about the fact is that there was nothing in the budget in relation to Bonnybridge railway station, as there has been for the past 25 years. The fact of the matter is that I firmly believe that that a report should have came to the council with maybe a recommendation, but ultimately it's elected members should take the decision on the main one. But that's fine. Can I come to you now, Chair? Just a couple of questions for you, because in the past you have been very supportive, as has your group and everybody within this council. I remember photographs with your good self and members of the Labour group and the likes of Provost Johnson, McCafferty, etc. In the past. And also I have got copies of letters that you have sent that have been joint letters with the head of the Labour group reaching out for support. So yeah, that's just facts. Are you aware that Mr. Benny was, and have you had discussions with Mr. Benny out with out with the operation of the elected members and the full council in relation to this issue? And if you have, can you tell me then how you feel about the fact is that after all these years, support from everybody within the council for the reopening of Bonnybridge railway station, and I'm not going to touch on Grangemouth because they've got their own members. The fact is that was you happy to just go down that line that okay, Mr. Benny and his colleagues have decided for whatever reason they've got in terms of the dealings they have with different groups that this wasn't going to go forward? Did you have an indication about this?
Billy, we can add the same information as every other member in relation to that. And from my understanding of the briefing note, that Transport Scotland have indicated that they could not support the project of Bonnybridge railway station. Therefore, any further council spend could actually be not productive in taking this forward, because if we don't have the support of Transport Scotland, then we're not going to be able to take forward a project of this size and indeed have the Network Rail timetabling as a result of that. So based on best value, I think I can understand where Mr. Benny's come from. Right. Now, can I ask that you maybe speak to your motion by asking all those questions? And I think if you speak to your motion, then I think we could probably move this on and get to a resolution.
And thank you very much. Just before I do that, could I say that I've already had tremendous support from our new MP, who I don't know if you are aware of this, but Ewan Steinbank put forward an early motion down in London, Bonnybridge railway station, tabled on the 11th of December, where he states that this House supports the campaign to re-establish a railway station in Bonnybridge, recognising the community's long-standing efforts over the past 25 years to improve transport connectivity, notes the significant population growth in the area and the presenting need for better public transport links to boost local economic development and reduce reliance on cars, acknowledges strong local support for this initiative, including from councillors and community leaders, and calls on the Scottish Government and Transport Scotland to review the business case for the project to take decisive steps to deliver this vital infrastructure for Bonnybridge and the wider Falkirk area. I can also say at this stage, I contacted Michael Matheson's office. Now, Michael Matheson's been a strong supporter of a railway station coming back to Bonnybridge, and he states quite clearly that the support's still there. Okay, I'll just go to the notice of motion. I think members have got it. In fact, just going back to what Mr. Benny said about Sestrand, I remember being a member of Sestrand with this council, and I'd done a presentation to them for an hour and a half in relation to, and they fully supported the railway station after that meeting, although it was a few years ago. Right, the motion refers to the Executive Understanding Order 29, Bonnybridge Railway Station. The officers bring a full updated report to Council regarding this long-term proposal supported for over 25 years by all members, and that the members will decide on whether the support is still there once members have had an opportunity to assess all the information available and also discuss the possibility of a public consultation. Now, just in finishing that, could I say that the public out there fully supports it? We've now got a supporting table motion put forward to the down in London at the House of Commons. So obviously we maybe have to wait on that coming back. And also it would be good to get a direct response from Michael Matheson's office. Could also state at this stage that I now buy 3 lottery tickets every week. One for the family, one if we win, it's for to open the railway station, and the third one is to ensure that the community centre keeps open. So thank you for that. I so move.
Okay, thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Spears?
I have actually much pleasure in seconding Councillor Buchanan. But I will say it's, though he has on numerous occasions brought forward this to me, but the person who convinced me that this station should come back is Councillor Deacon, who in fact presented me with was it 92 or 97% badge, where, you know, that's the amount of public in the area that would like to see this station return. Now, if we're honest and want to pursue net zero and take cars off the road, then we need to keep abreast of the situation, because this dynamic is changing all the times. I think all over the world you've seen, and we're about to see tonight and tomorrow, the weather has changed. So we need to keep ourselves abreast. So what's been asked for here is a report to come to Council. A report to say that we're keeping up to date with the situation. And our long-term goal is to return railway stations to Bonnybridge and Grangemouth and give the people the opportunity and the choice. Because very soon nobody will be able to afford to run cars, and we will need a better transport system than we have just now. Much pleasure in second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Convener, and I'd like to pass on my thanks to Councillor Buchanan for bringing this motion forward. This has always been, as he said, something the SNP group has supported. In fact, 2 of our members, Councillor Colley and Councillor Deacon, were prominent members in the local community group reinstate Bonnybridge railway station. But we are realistic and realise without the support of Transport Scotland and Network Rail, this project is highly unlikely. A meeting took place on the 14th of July 2023. At this meeting, Transport Scotland highlighted that Bonnybridge Stag appraisal case for change does not provide a compelling case for change. They subsequently confirmed this by email on the 4th of August 2023, and I'm sure Councillor Buchanan has got the correspondence. They advised that without substantial evidence of additional demand, that Falkirk Council as a promoter proceeded to an options appraisal, then they carry a high risk of spending considerable additional resource with a low likelihood of demonstrating a value for money case for investment. In addition, they also mentioned at the meeting that the current transport provision in Bonnybridge and in the vicinity of Bonnybridge already offers good access to public transport, with 7 railway stations in the vicinity, Camelin and Larbert being the closest, impacting in the case for changes I've mentioned and the further details of the stag appraisal work. A full stag appraisal is likely to cost well in excess of £100,000. Transport Scotland has advised of the high risk of spending this sum of money with the low likelihood of success. A previous executive report stated that if Transport Scotland cannot be satisfied that the case for change for transport issues in the Bonnybridge area can be made, given all the available transport information, survey data and analysis, Falkirk Council will not progress Stag 1 and Stag 2 appraisal at this time. I think it is perfectly reasonable to accept the motion above, that officers bring back a report regarding allowing officers to report the facts and likelihood of this station being supported by Network Rail and Transport Scotland, which might be unlikely at this stage, as you've heard from officers answering your questions, and indeed the response from Transport Scotland. Following this update report, members will then decide if a public consultation is merited and valid at this stage. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you. Okay, as there's no amendment, I'll go to Councillor Hannah.
I have to confess to not having detailed knowledge of this because I have not seen a report to a committee since I became a councillor. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for a report to inform us of what has gone before and why we are where we are. I'm always in favour of anything that increases the prospect of improving our public transport network, and if there is any possibility, then I would like to be able to look at that. So I would support the motion, but I recognise that there is a long history there, which may make it perhaps not immediately achievable.
Okay, thank you. Bailey Kerr?
No amendment. Like the previous speakers and the people who Bailey Buchanan's mentioned, happy to support and look forward to the report coming back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murtagh?
Yeah, I'm also happy to support it. I think, as Councillor Garner said, it's entirely reasonable to ask for a report. And I would say that in a report, I think as a previous rep to Sestran, and I do recall bringing this issue up, and again before Councillor Deacon was a councillor, having correspondence with him, Councillor Coleman, Councillor Colley, and I think that Sestran's input into that in terms of the regional transport strategy would also be an important element of that report to make sure that was covered and seeing what assistance they could and perspective they can bring to that debate. Thank you.
Okay, as there is no amendment, we're all agreed. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we move into the final section of our agenda, which is in relation to the community asset transfers. And just to remind people that this is a quasi-judicial process as before, and it will be treated in a similar light to our planning process. Therefore, we will have a short overview from officers in relation to the reports, and then members will be able to speak accordingly. So if we move to item 14, which is the community asset transfer of the former Action Outdoor Centre.
Thank you, Convener. As members will be aware, this is a quasi-judicial report, as is the session from now on. The proposal of this report is to consider the full ownership under the Community Empowerment Act for the transfer of Action Outdoor Centre to Polmont Playgroup. The proposal is that this transfers at the cost of £1, reflecting the benefits that will derive from the project. Officers have received the application and validated it, and it does contain the appropriate information for that validation to take place. Assessments have concluded that it is appropriate to consider the proposal, and officers are recommending agreement to that asset transfer progressing. In addition, Convener, within the proposal is the intention to grant a sum of up to £21,419 from the approved enabling fund to support capital improvements to the project. Assessments in relation to governance and the key criteria for the business plan have identified that it is appropriate for elected members to consider this, and therefore officers are recommending approval. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kettrick. I will therefore open it up to members. Are we content to agree? Report?
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay. Moving on to item 15, which is a community asset transfer of the Grange Community Education Centre. And again, across to Mr. Kettrick.
Thank you, Convener. The purpose of this report is to consider the full ownership community asset transfer under the Community Empowerment Act of the Grange Community Education Centre to Falkirk Braes Grange Centre. The proposal is to asset transfer for the sum of £1 for the full ownership of the land and the buildings concerned, and this reflects the benefits that will derive from the project. Again, officers have validated the application and it contains all the necessary information under the legislation for it to be considered. Officers have also assessed the business case and it contains the key elements that are required for the demonstration of the project going forward, and therefore recommend that this is considered for approval. Within the proposals is the intention to grant a sum of up to £161,595 from the approved enablement fund to support capital improvements to the facility, and again officers are satisfied that these are appropriate. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up. So Hannah.
Sorry, I know I shouldn't make a statement. I just want to say congratulations to the community groups who have worked so hard for this and the previous item that we were discussing. They've done a fantastic job in bringing forward a viable proposal, and I want to say thank you to all the officers who have been supportive of what has been brought forward.
Okay, thank you. Are we happy to agree?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay. We kind of moved on, Councillor Spears.
No,
but if you can
I'm
make
sorry
it
I had my light on before, but you tell me then to put my light off, and that you've noted that.
Councillor Spears, if you've got a question, can you?
I think it's a valid question. Not that I'm against this, but it does say on 211 that the full ownership of the land. What is to stop this land then, people taking ownership and selling the land, not just for the Grange Centre, but anywhere else? Is there anything written in to the contract for the council that they can't sell the land?
Convener, as identified in the report, it is fair and reasonable and for the council to consider that scenario that could occur, and there is provisions as highlighted in the report for the pre-emption rights for the council to bring the property back.
Okay, so we've already agreed that. We'll move on to the final item, is item 16, which is the community asset transfer of the Ettrick Dockert Community Hall. Mr. Kettrick.
Thank you, Convener. The purpose of this report is to consider the community asset transfer under the Community Empowerment Act for the lease of Ettrick Dockert Community Hall for a period of 20 years at a rental of £1 per annum, and that reflects the benefits that will derive from the project. Officers have validated the application and it contains the key elements that are required under the legislation to determine that it is appropriate for elected members to consider that application. They have also assessed the business case, and the business case again has the key elements that are required, and therefore it is appropriate to recommend the transfer going forward. In addition, within the report is a request to grant up to £179,704 from the approved enablement fund to support capital improvements to the building, subject to future assessments as set out in the report. And therefore, officers are happy that this again represents value for money, and we should consider it appropriately. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any comment, Councillor Hannah?
Thank you, Convener. Again, I'd like to compliment the community for having brought forward a viable proposal to do this. I think it's very important that they've done that. I do know, however, that there had been some issues about the heating system, and I wonder if officers could possibly just explain what the issue is there.
Mr Kirkcott.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, officers have been aware of issues with the heating system for some time, and in particular the controls. The controls were managed remotely through the council's systems. That system is now changed, and therefore the controls do not work effectively. Within the application for the enablement funds, the group had requested a replacement as part of the heating process. However, officers have also agreed that we can undertake those works now, and that will save on their energy costs, and therefore I have instructed colleagues to progress those works in advance of the property transferring, and therefore we would deduct the cost of that from the enablement funds, because we clearly can't fix something and then also pay for something that we've sorted out. So, but happy that there is good engagement with the group, and any misunderstanding that happened around that has clearly now been sorted. So I'm satisfied with the situation at present.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, are we happy to agree?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. That brings us to the formal end of our agenda, and I will check with the Chief Executive. He's been frantically working away here, and for the reason a position to give us an update.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Convener. So I think as members are aware, there is a red weather warning in place for winds, potentially high impact. That runs tomorrow from 10 a.m. till 5 p.m. A red weather warning poses a risk to life and will cause significant disruption to utilities and transport potentially. So there's an expectation of potential power cuts, including mobile communications outages and damage to buildings, for example, roofs, and a risk of power lines coming down. Due to the red warning, all non-essential buildings will be closed. Travel should be restricted to operationally essential journeys only. For non-essential work, the default position will be to work from home where possible, and this is simply to minimise the risk of injury to employees and the public by reducing travel to council buildings. Business continuity arrangements will be implemented across all services. Communications requirements were discussed at an incident management team meeting that took place at 1:30 today. Following this, there will be communications to staff across external and social media communications, and indeed with elected members. These communications will start with service teams commencing from 2:30 p.m. today, and the website will be updated on an ongoing basis. There is a further meeting of the incident management team at 8 a.m. tomorrow. We will obviously continue to review the position and update communications over the forthcoming period. So clearly, when the communications begin to be issued in the very near future, where there'll be more information available, happy to take any questions and try and answer them with the help of colleagues for now. Thank you.
Just for clarity, just for clarity, are you able to say the impact on schools? Are all schools closed?
All schools will close.
Just so clear on that. Okay. Councillor Spears.
The old saying, Confucius says, when wind and rain blows, councillors' phone never stops. Will there be an emergency hotline put up? Because the present system, people can wait up to 20, 30 minutes to get through. If we envisage there could be structural damage and power outages, will we be setting up an emergency number which we can use the before mentioned social media and council websites to advertise?
Thank you for your question. I'll ask Karen to come in on this.
Thank you, Councillor. There won't be an emergency hotline per se, no, because all calls will go through our contact centre. What we will look to do, though, is have as many staff on as we can get on to ensure the call times are kept as short as possible. Just for confirmation, though, the current call wait time is less than 2 minutes for each call. and I can provide you with the stats for that should you wish. So that would hopefully be satisfactory to our communities, but we will look to do that and look to get some staff on extra where we can. In addition, I would just advise members that the system that we use, if employees are unable to get to work, because that's obviously a concern for those employees too, we can use that system from home. So if they have laptop facilities, and we'll make arrangements for that to be put in place, that can be operated from their home as well.
Well, that opens a multitude of questions, doesn't it? Will they be working normal working hours, extended working hours, or will they just transfer it to the emergency staff, which I believe is only one person?
Our contact centre will be opened as normal. When the incident management team opens at 8 tomorrow morning, they will be meeting again, as the Chief Executive has said. We will make an assessment of the position, and will continue to make an assessment of the position throughout the day. It's about reacting appropriately to each stage of what is happening tomorrow and making sure that we respond appropriately. So there will be management team meetings starting at 8 and making sure that we adjust as appropriate.
Well, that's now confusing. We've just had a red emergency warning advising people, and we're not really changing the system where people can report stuff to us in an emergency. I'm confused now. Please tell me how you think that will work.
The system that we've got for reporting emergencies will operate as normal. These will be prioritised in terms of emergencies. I think it's also worth saying, though, that there will be limits in some cases to how we can respond, depending on the weather situation, because we need to make sure that our employees are safe. So if there is an emergency, we also need to take account of what is feasible in that situation and in asking employees to go out and respond. Now, that's not to say we won't, we absolutely will. But we will take as many calls as we can, and we will have staff on, as I say, to deal with these calls. The call contact time is less than 2 minutes, so I think that still represents a decent service for communities to get through.
Well, I would say then, I would use a word I don't like using, hopefully, but I think if things do go seriously wrong, we will be seriously judged.
I think the point is that the incident management team will meet as often as it needs to meet. We will adapt to circumstances. We will take decisions as the day goes on, which are appropriate to what's happening. So it's actually a highly flexible position we're in, because we'll do what needs to be done. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hannah.
I'd just like to say thank you to all the staff who I know in advance are going to be out there doing the best they can for their communities, despite the difficulties. This is not the first time that council officers have had to deal with this, and I'm sure that our staff will do their best.
Indeed, and probably under some very difficult weather conditions. I think it's not unreasonable to expect to go to only emergencies only for the particular time period where it's going to be the most acute, in order to keep everybody as safe as we possibly can. And hopefully we do not have too much by the way of structural damage that then requires people to be relocated for any particular reason. So unfortunately, it's not a perfect science. The weather is not something we can control. We just have to be able to react accordingly. But it's also ensuring that people are safe as well. That brings us to the end of today. Thank you very much for your time and contributions today, and I think we have got through the agenda in reasonably good time, and some good work's been done today. Thank you.
Thanks to the Chair.
Thank you.